Thank you so much for your help with your earlier correspondence. I confess it's been difficult to get those in Orlais to take this discovery seriously in light of recent events. But I'm positive scouting the Frostback Basin will yield historic discoveries beneficial to both the academic field and to the Inquisition. As a staunch supporter, I am honored to be working in such great company on this historic occasion. There you go. We've scouted the region. Yay. New area unlocked. I think this is our third open world zone now. I forget which one. They all kind of blur for me.
Good to see you again, Inquisitor. Allow me to introduce Professor Bram Kenrick. He's the reason we're out here.
A pleasure to meet you, Your Worship.
Professor Kenrick teaches at the University of Orlais.
I came on an exchange program from Starkhaven. While in Val Royeaux, I've found something incredible. After 800 years, we may be able to determine the final resting place of the last Inquisitor.
The texts say that Inquisitor Ameridan was a dragon hunter who vanished on his last expedition.
What am I wearing?
Yes, precisely. I see you've read Lautrec's Precursors to the Chantry. Inquisitor Ameridan stepped down shortly before the Nevarran Accord brought the Seekers of Truth into the Chantry. He hunted demons, dragons, and dangerous apostates in a time before Templars even existed.
I'm all for history if it means tracking down the equipment of a famous demon hunter.
If the last Inquisitor has been missing for 800 years, it's only fitting that today's Inquisition helped find him.
Your scouts have gathered artifacts from the area. They may help us discover what Inquisitor Ameridan was doing.
I have news as well. We've encountered hostile Avar to the north. They call themselves the Jaws of Hakon. There's also an Avar hold to the east. Unlike the Jaws of Hakon, they've been friendly so far.
The Jaws of Hakon?
They're hostile Avar who attack any Inquisition agents or researchers who get close. We've sent soldiers for defense, but the Hakonites are cunning, merciless, and know the basin better than we do. I'm afraid our men will not be able to hold out long.
So apparently this is a DLC, which I did not know. And no, I played this game before DLCs existed. So. Now I have played Trespasser. I did that on camera. Yeah, apparently this is a DLC. It's okay. I'm sure glad the game properly labeled the fact that this is a DLC. That way I can know that I'm doing it before I do it. Oh, hey. That seems appropriate. How is Hakan higher than Descent? That feels like a very strange choice. But, like, why? I mean, whatever, I suppose. Doesn't matter. God damn, I want desperately to never do inventory again because this is so terrible. Anyways, I'm out. Peace.
See you soon, Inquisitor.
Who? Papanix? I was just like, yeah, let's check out the next zone. Was literally all I was thinking. Apparently I picked the wrong zone. There's no real word on my health, but thank you for asking. The long and the short of it is, at some point, in some distant point of the future, there's a decent chance I'll need to drop about 20 to 30 grand on a surgery that may or may not be necessary.
Patrols are being held hostage by Avar, barbarians from the mountains.
What are they doing in a bog?
That's the thing. Their leader, he wants them to fight you, because you're the Herald of Andraste.
What do they have against Andraste?
Well, the Avar think there are gods in nature, as in the sky has a god and the forest. The Avar say you're claiming to be sent by one, and they'll challenge the will of your god with their own. I think their leader's just a boastful little prick who wants to brag he killed you.
I was hoping we could negotiate.
I wouldn't count on it. These Avar don't seem to value diplomacy. Getting to our troops won't be easy. You'll have to fight your way through undead. Wait, you're not squeamish about undead, are you?
They're not on the list of my favorite monsters.
You'll want to stay out of the water, then. The Avar are holed up in the castle on the other side of the fallow mire. Make her willing, the Inquisition's people are still alive.
Inquisitor, I've something for you.
What is it?
You may want to look into this.
Oh, goody. My least favorite thing in the universe, Colgrim. It's more like no news, Lord Harrimont. That'd be the easiest way to phrase it.
Look. Signs of a plague.
A cheerful addition to any decent swamp. At least in the city you can find a decent healer. Out here you have what? Roots and berries?
I mean, at some point in the future, if I start manifesting certain symptoms, then I will have to go deal with it. Otherwise, the general... I mean, I don't have 30 grand lying around. So since I'm not actually manifesting any symptoms and it's not causing any problems right now, we're just living with it for the time being. That's it. There's nothing else there. It's exactly what I imagined would happen, and I was right. As usual. So we're just going to go into a long, empty, mindless zone, give it several negatives. Then we're going to move on to the next large, mindless, empty zone, give it several negatives. Then we're going to the next mindless, empty, large zone, give it several negatives. I'm being facetious. I legitimately don't remember any of these zones, other than
Beacon of some sort?
a really vague kind of like, God, I want this to be over with sensation, which I remember. And of course, I remember the Storm Coast, because the Storm Coast had spiders.
Look out!
Oh, and of course I know who Barris is. I was just being facetious. I wonder what kind of cheats there are for this game. I've actually never looked. Let's see. Stats, perks, gold, influence, approval, shards, hollas.
Corpses out of the mud and fight on solid ground.
Keep an eye out for more then.
Unlimited potions, stamina, storage, stacks. None of these sound super cheaty to me. If I want to cheat, I want to mega cheat. I want to just be able to, like, blink twice and everything dies. Well, that's a hell of a broken leg, Pompadour. Exactly. I blink twice and they die, and I blink thrice and they rise. Why would I do that, Warcraft code? And either way, no. And no, we haven't unlocked a spec. I feel like I've already explained this. We're just doing the next zone and getting it over with, so I can move on to the next zone, and so we can move on to the next zone. That's where we're at. We're doing all the boring stuff and getting it all out of the way. We're just boring it up. Oh, I don't know. 2 weeks, Trihexia? 3? Something like that. I like how the most highly rated cheat mod is the no waiting in the war table. I'm not sure I agree that's a cheat mod. I don't know. I love YouTube comments. There's nothing I love more than YouTube comments. Yeah, exactly, RRC. Like, really, guys? Really? Let's see. That's what we do, Ross. That's what we always do. I'm not really seeing anything like... There's something called the Ardent Blossom Miscellaneous Store.
This might be a decent place for a spot of...
Which is listed as a cheat mod. Do you not know what we do, RRC, when it comes to reviews? Like, that's always been the policy.
Inquisitor.
I mean, materials for free is neat, but that's not what I want. I want death. I want doom. I want destruction. But what I really, really want is a cheat I can turn off. That's always more beneficial when it comes to cheating for a review, is the ability to then no longer have the cheat active, right? It's why I try to avoid level 99 cheats whenever I can, right? So, for example, the reason I'm looking up this crafting mod is if I can give myself a death weapon that just destroys everything, I can take that weapon off. And there you go. We have a toggle, which is exactly what I want. Let's see if I can find this. If anybody else knows of a specific thing, please feel free to be like, it's this thing.
Oh, whew, quite a smell.
Yeah, this place is neat. It's a swamp, and as with all swamps, it probably needs to be destroyed because it's a swamp.
Careful. Disturbing the water draws them out.
I mean, are you joking, Evo? Have you ever been to a swamp in real life?
You ever do your fade thing and pretend you can fly? Just flap your arms and zip around in there. Maybe bang some hot fade ladies.
No. Such behavior attracts the attention of demons.
Ah! Demons shit up everything.
Yeah. Can confirm. Yeah, swamps are just terrible. Just...
No sign of the Avar who want to challenge me, or the Inquisition's soldiers.
So, you're Herald of Andraste. My kin want you dead, Lowlander, but it's not my job. No fears from me.
Why aren't you with the other Avar?
Trying to figure out this hole in the world. Never seen anything like it's like. They spit out angry spirits. Endless. What the sky's trying to tell us? I don't know.
They're caused by the breach in the sky. It was some kind of magic gone wrong.
I know that, Lowlander. I'm talking about the Lady of the Skies. Do you not know her? Can't you see the warning she writes through the bird flocks in the air?
You use the patterns of flocking birds as an augury, then?
We don't use them. They're sent. You see it, or you don't.
The other Avar kidnapped an Inquisition patrol. Are they all right?
A few were injured in the skirmish, but they were alive. Last I saw them. Someone's trained them well. They killed more of us than I thought they would.
I thought the Avar wanted to fight me.
Our chieftain's son wants to fight you. I'm called in when the dead pile up. Rites to the gods, mending for the bleeding, a dagger for the dying. That's what I do. I don't pick up a blade for a whelp's trophy hunt.
Farewell, then.
Watch the water.
If you mean holding court, no, Colvin. We don't have a throne yet, I don't think. Hey, Mr. Red. Hello, Chiludo. No news. That's the summary. So... Mr. Red asked me a question. And this is a great time for random, completely off-topic questions. Excuse me. What's your favorite individual quest throughout each WoW expansion? Maybe just... Yeah, I'm still chewing on that one myself. The hardest one is vanilla, because all vanilla quests suck, obviously.
Lady of the Skies. You can mend the gaps in the air. Pretty great, huh? Maybe you do have a god's favor.
Okay, he will not talk to me. Cool. This way, I suppose. Individual quests, not quest chains. Quest chains is a lot easier. Gloomweed. Well, you see, Genocida, it's because I don't hate myself. I was debating one of the Tyrion quests for vanilla. But actually, I think I'm going to go with the Battle for Darrowshire. Unfortunately, Papanix, it looks like I can't use that. If I'm reading this correctly, the place where it put all those cheat items is on the corpse in the prologue, which we are well past.
One down!
I can still try it, but it looks like that's going to be a no-go. It's a shame, that's pretty much exactly what I was looking for. An item I can equip that's like, yeah, I just feel like killing things now. Oh well. So, vanilla quests. Let's see. I think I'm going to stick with the Battle for Darrowshire. I think that's going to be my pick there. So that moves us on to BC. Oh, jeez. What the heck is in BC? That's a good quest. Well, if we're thinking of worst quests, that's a whole other question. What do you mean, Colgrim? Hi, Sean. I am currently alive on Falkenstein. Interesting. Yeah, I'm still chewing on a good BC quest. And I'm honestly having trouble coming up with something. I saw that, Papanix. The main reason I'm not using the console command is apparently there are issues getting the console working while also running the mods. And I'm not letting spiders back into my game just so I can have a console. Like, otherwise I would have already probably pulled the trigger on that. That is a good quest, and that is a BC quest, Lord Harriman. For those of you who were there for any time I've ever streamed WoW, you're probably familiar with how that's kind of a big moment for me. It's still,
There was a mighty kingdom here once. I have seen glimmers in my dreams.
It would also make it so the war table wouldn't work either, Janthos. That's the other more objective detriment there. Yeah, it's been a thing for me. Every time I go through the Dark Portal, I take a moment to enjoy it. It's a little, I don't know, tradition, I suppose. We'll do it again, probably for the very last time, when we get to the WoW review series. I kind of hate, like, the rocks that are preventing me from going anywhere in this zone. Like, god dang, I'll take the hills over this nonsense. Let's see. You know what? I think we're gonna go with the final, Tranquillian quest. The one where you finally go ahead and get the Blood Elves to have a seat within the Horde. I think I'll pick that one as my favorite. There's not much to it gameplay-wise, but it's at least a pretty decent one, narratively speaking. Doctor's visit went fine. Thank you for asking. Let's see. So now we move forward to Wrath. Now, there's a lot of good Wrath chains, but an individual quest in Wrath. Yeah, Wrath is when the game started to become good. With Kata being when it finished becoming good. As I like to say. Oh, that sucks, Von Falkenstein. I'm sorry. I'm gonna cheat I'm gonna go ahead and say that the best quest in Wrath is after you defeat the Lich King. Game. Can I get up now? Please. Oh my god, there was a freaking bench in my way. Jesus Christ. What? Okay. I don't actually remember if it's part of Shadowmourne or not, but it's the one where you go around and you talk to all the people and turn in items from them. I think it was part of the Shadowmourne quest. Like, you talk to Miss Proudmoore and you talk to the dwarf, his name I can't think of the name of. Anyways, that quest right there. Yeah, that's the one Papa needs. So that moves us forward to Kata. Now we've got a problem, because now I have to be a little bit more strict about it. Because there's good gameplay and story quests in Kata. Oh god, this is so tedious, Colin. Like, I technically should be paying more attention, but it's hard to because it's so boring.
Good work. We have a path free of corpses back to the shore.
Can't wait to use it.
Yay, we did it. That's fine, Crazy Norris. It's whatever. There's no need to get defensive, Blade Tribal. Can you use mounts here? I guess I can find out really quick. Nope, cannot mount. That's what I'm here for, Chanthel. To make people laugh. I don't even know what that is, Crazy Norris. I'm debating, if you're wondering what I'm doing here. Well, yeah, the core essence of the debate is whether or not to cheat. There's cheats right there. They probably work, so that's cool. But, like, you know me, I never want to cheat in a review. I never want to pull that trigger. But I kind of hate this gameplay. And what I'm trying to sit here and debate with myself is essentially what boils down to, is the problem with me or with the game? And I know what you're going to say. You're going to say the problem's with me, because that's what every goddamn person says in my comment section. But it is a real... I know that people don't think I take my job seriously. I know that people don't actually understand that I give a crap about doing the best I can here, but it's actually really important to me, at least internally, even if nobody else believes me, to decide, is it the game's fault or is it my fault? And where the blame lies on that. Because if I end up pulling the trigger because of something that's my fault, I would like to at least know that I'm doing that and why, especially since that'll affect the review. And if I am pulling the trigger because it's the game, then there's something wrong with the game and that needs to be dinged, right? It's important to me, if nobody else. So that's what I'm saying. You're trying to really chew through the individual specifics. Really, not broad sweeping statements. That doesn't serve any purpose here. If I just say combat sucks, no information's actually being conveyed there, and we need to zoom in the camera more. So what's the issue here? Now, I can point to one thing that I know is the issue immediately. I call it the blind effect. Some games just have design about them that makes it hard to really tell what the hell's going on. Either in terms of the map or the minimap, or the game, or maybe the lighting's weird, or maybe the field of view's weird, or maybe you can't zoom the camera out far enough, or whatever. A lot of games have this problem. It would actually be rare. It's much more rare I could point to a game that does not have this problem. Guild Wars 2 has this problem. Final Fantasy 14 has this problem. Dragon Age Origins has this problem. Most games have the issue of feeling like I'm having blinders on somewhere or another. And it feels... that kind of runs into another problem, because I feel like I'm constantly having no idea where I'm going and no idea what I'm doing, because I'm having a really, really hard time figuring out where I'm going and seeing what I can do, what I haven't done, and what I have done. I can give you a perfect demonstrable example of this here. I was looking at the map, and the map was, that is to say, before I came to the zone, I was looking at the war table map and trying to figure out where the next open world zone is so I could knock it out. And I thought I hit it, and I was wrong. And so then I just kind of guessed randomly about another one that I didn't actually think was an open world zone that turned out to be one. The lack of feedback is real. Then you look at the actual map once you get into the game, and God, that doesn't help anything with regards to navigation in the zone we're in right now. I have already been turned around 5 distinct times that I can think of just walking through this goddamn swamp, trying to just navigate it, trying to figure out where to go and what to do. And you'll notice I haven't even mentioned the combat yet, and that's on purpose. Because what I'm doing here is I'm trying to explain why I'm irritable before we even get to the combat, before we even enter the combat. And I'm just like, ugh. And then we start fighting things. It's like, okay, let's go ahead and fight the things we're fighting and see how that works out. Now, I will admit, one thing I find very strange is I can't tell if the game wants me to craft or really wants me to craft. Because I don't know if you've been paying attention, the itemization is not so far. A lot of my characters are still using default gear that they came equipped with. I have upgraded my weapon twice the entire game. I've upgraded my armor twice if we count the DLC armor that I got. That's... I have been looting. Now, I stopped looting because it was purposeless at a certain point, but I was rather consistently looting. And, of course, the game... So you can see why this ties into does the game want me to craft? Because if it's not going to do itemization in drops or in quest rewards, then, yeah, crafting is the source of gear upgrades. And so that's actually one of the other things I was thinking about doing, was heading back to town and just putting my nose down to the grinder and figuring out how crafting works. Because the interface is so bad, I don't want to even engage with that. So that's its own problem, right? And then we get to combat. Then at that point, now that we've gone through all of those layers of issues I have with the game, then we get to the actual combat. And the reason I wanted to go through that path and talk about it is because it feels like the core combat itself isn't bad. And I know that sounds strange to say that, considering I just Alt F4'd the game rather than keep playing it. But if I really sit down and divorce myself from everything but the individual moment of the individual combats, the only mistake they're making is the fact that combat's taking a bit too long. It feels very Dragon Age 2-y. In other words, decent, but will get old. But otherwise, it's there, right? It's whatever. Um, okay, let's... I will say, I remember this distinctly from my last playthrough, too, where stuff just had way too much health. And you know my opinion on that. I've never changed my opinion on that. I mean, I'm going to be very real here, Rain 36. If the option is grind or put the game down, I'm just going to put the game down and call it an incomplete review. I have better things to do with my life than mindlessly grind. That's why we put down Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I actually think I agree with you on that, Blade Tribal. Let's see if we could find a camp down here.
More further in.
See what we got. You know what's really sad, Janthel, is I didn't know there was a difference between armor pen and guard pen. What's the difference? Like, I know what...
Too many of them! Let's get to the castle!
Well, I haven't cheated yet, Ran 36. So you don't need to crawl down my throat just yet. But if you want to stop watching, I do not blame you at all. I mean, unless you count, you know, getting rid of spiders as cheating. In which case, I'm afraid I'm a cheater.
They keep coming! Let's go to the castle!
Yeah, I guess.
They keep coming! Let's go to the castle!
Yeah. Do we... Okay. Well, we're in the castle, but now we got another problem. We also just lost our melee and our mage. I mean, what's funny is the instant war table could be cheating, it's just I'm not using it that way.
Solus! Solus needs help!
Excuse me. Did it just teleport them up to me? That's funny. Oh, okay, that sucked. What? Damn it, what? Hey, Stranger Paradise is on sale. Level 9, I think? I'm not sure where to actually find that. Yep, I'm level 9, okay. Oh, come on, it was open. Alright, whatever.
This can't be all.
Well, I was hoping for a warp point, but apparently no joy. I love not being able to heal Chanko. It's one of my favorite things. No, we aren't cheating at the moment. It is something we now have access to, though, so that's a relief. Nothing kills my interest in a game more than already wanting to cheat and not being able to. I know that sounds weird, but having access to the cheats kind of makes it more tolerable, you know?
Someone emptied a whole bag of turnips into the fire. Ah, Mecca, the smell is everywhere. I was going to use them for dinner and then... I can't recall who took them.
I don't have to, Ross. Yep, we're finally going to change our outfit. We're going to do it.
Certainly spared no expense.
As soon as I figure out where my wardrobe is. Oh, thank God. Okay. Sure. Anything is better than this. That for formal. We'll go with that. You know what? I'll take it. Whatever. Moving on. Alright. Now we'll just, Oh, damn it. I was so close. I was so close. Wait, what? You just... But... The... Yeah, that looks terrible. Yeah, someone's like, ugh, he jumped over the edge. Again. I can't even see myself with this lighting. Sure. And yes, I really should be staying hydrated now of all times. The life of the Inquisitor is too much! I give up. God damn it. No, come on. Come on. Why? Just let me die. Please. Why won't you let me die? You know what? I refuse to hold court. I'm gonna go craft.
Inquisitor?
The Arcanist has arrived?
You should see for yourself.
A yes or a no would suffice. This is a really weird camera angle. Yeah, they're really building this up. We know it's Dagna.
Well, don't just stand there slack-jawed. Let's figure out what you need.
You're the magical advisor?
Oh, you're him. The Inquisitor. I'm Dagna. Arcanist, Dagna. It's an honor, your worship. Is that it? The hand anchor mark? It's pretty. The breach was pretty too, in a destroy everything sort of way.
I welcome you to the Inquisition, and look forward to your contribution.
Me too. I've heard some impossible things. I love impossible things. Those are the best to make, well, possible. I've looked at Harriet's devices. The precision is fantastic, but typical. Mundane. Old thinking.
Is what now?
No disrespect meant to the classical trades, but you need a new perspective. I've made adjustments. As long as I keep making them, you can craft just about anything. Almost safely.
That might explain why I didn't see it yet, Blade Cheval. I assumed I was just missing something.
Where does a dwarf go to study magical theory?
Get out. I asked myself that question for years. Turns out, not in Orzammar. I had to start at a circle. I had help, though. A Grey Warden, and I am forever grateful. With that sanction, I visited a half-dozen circles. The wonders I've seen. And with an objective eye, I can spot where they overlap. That's a surprise for every teacher. It's a grand tradition, and it works so well with new thinking.
You seemed impressed by the anchor. What does it look like to you?
I heard what everyone says what you heard Coryphia say. That's a long chain of who said what's. To me, it says key. But keys do a lot of things. Open, lock, switch. Some open one thing, some open everything. It sounds like Coryphius made it to open, but it looks like you can use it to close. It may be that simple. It sure is pretty. Wish I could see through it.
You were quick to join the Inquisition. Is there something you want?
How could I waste a chance to get close to you? And Coryphius? My goodness. And actual physical rifts in the Veil? Also, dwarves? We don't dream. So, when mages talk about it, I can only, well, dream what it would be like. So there's that, and all the things you'll probably find, and what I'll get to make. The rules are different here. Plus, you're paying me a lot. Like, wow, so much.
Do we authorize this? Josephine, I need to have a word with you.
What qualifies you to be an arcanist?
I took the title because I'm a magical researcher, philosopher, and master of practical application. And I like it. I can't actually do magic because I'm a dwarf, but that also means no risk of possession. Safer than a mage. It means that every skill I have, I've learned through reason and understanding. Coming from the Smith caste, I know the value of mastering a craft. Did you know dwarves invented enchanting? Probably.
What is it you do exactly?
I was born to the forge. That's literal in the Smith caste. So the hammer and tong, that's like a heartbeat. But you've a man for that already, and a good one. I'm here because of my passion for magic. Magical study, magical theory, magical enchantment, and through it, the manipulation of masterworks. I studied it all with an objective eye. No secrets, no fears. That lets me apply principles like no other. Maybe one other, but I don't have that wonky of a mind, so I still kinda win.
Why do they always have these conversations happen in places where there's lots of white noise in the background? We had this problem with Cassandra and with Cullen, if you remember.
What's the story with enchanting?
Lyrium is the heart. In certain rational patterns, it beats like something alive. That's how I see it. So, a mage can make your weapons do things, but with the right runes, the right rarities, your toys become wonders. It's the one thing mages can't do. Drives them mad. Literally. Dwarves are resistant, so it doesn't affect us. Mostly.
You have the ability to make exceptional weapons and armor. Masterworks?
There's an art to the forge, as well as enchanting. You need an ear for it. And hands. Eyes, too. Nothing bad to say about Herod on that front. He's wonderful. But there's this little more needed. With the right bits, an edge can be more than an edge. Armor can do more than protect. A hue can be just a bit brighter. In short, smithing can be more. In short.
And yes, Sarah had the frickin' band going the whole time.
Another time, Dagna.
Of course. Bring me what you want made, and I'll make sure it goes just right. Well, how are you?
You mentioned a Grey Warden who helped you start your studies?
Not any Grey Warden. The Grey Warden. The hero of Ferelden is a hero in Orzammar, too. It's incredible that someone like the hero of Ferelden would stop to help the little people. Literally.
The Warden affected you in a special way.
Talk to anyone, they'll say the same. It was a dark time. There was one light. He saved us. Saved me.
Your years of study have paid off.
Oh yes, the mages said I brought a valuable perspective. I've even presented my work to the College of Enchanters. I wanted an exchange. The Surface could learn about lyrium smithing, and Orzammar would gain knowledge of magic. But now there's no college. And so far as the Shaper is concerned, I'm castless. So you're getting my best work, Inquisitor. Let's make some great stuff.
You gave up so much. Left your home. Was it really that amazing?
Yes. I left my home and my family, but I just knew I could be more than a smith. I wish my people weren't stuck in the past, and I regret that my father couldn't imagine another life for me. But I don't regret what I did.
All right, rein it in. You have work to do.
Right, sorry. I get carried away when I think of it. Ready when you need me.
Anyways, yes, obviously our warden was female, but as I already talked about, the game wouldn't acknowledge that that warden exists. And I couldn't, like the keep didn't work right. Let's just put it very, very bluntly. So our warden is male, and for some reason Alistair is alive. I don't really know why, but that's where we're at. Oh, there's our respec. Interesting. Good to know where that is. The Tevinter Imperium. What do we got here? Orlais, maybe? Drostian. Yeah, there we go. Let's go with Orlais. They look cool. Change our bed into... Gosh, I don't know. Ugh. That's awful. Oh, we're going Dwarven. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Let's see. What do we got? What do we got? Let's go with Grey Warden Draperies. And Templar. There we go. Aw. There. Oh yeah, Throne. This is very important. What do we got? What do we got? The Dragon Maw Throne. The Legacy of Kirkwall Throne. Let's do Dragon Maw. I think that suits. I think that suits. And Dwarven. Alright, so let's maybe see if we can make a staff. What do we got? It's okay. There's definitely an option to filter what you can craft and sort what you can craft. They wouldn't do something where it was like a tier 3, and then a tier 2, and then a tier 3, and then a tier 2, and then a tier 2, and then a tier 2, and then a tier 2. That would be insanity. And could you imagine, like, the ridiculousness of sorting by which materials you actually have to be able to craft? Look, Cauldron. So I'm guessing just based on like the context clues that more slots equals better, which is why this one, which has a full 5 slots, is better than this one, which has 4 slots, and this one, which has 2, and 2, and 2, and 2, and 2. Sure would be nice if anything anywhere indicated that. Don't like crafting this game. Pretty sure it's the first time I've done crafting in this game. Well, whatever. Let's... I don't know what I'm looking at. Do I have any master? I have the... Ha! Yes! Put a claw in. And then blue vitriol, which I definitely have. That is so hard to read. Hang on. I physically have to get closer to this to figure out what the hell I'm reading here. Okay, so... This is the damage slot, which I'm guessing means primary slot, because why would you use the same terminology when it comes to these kind of nitty-gritty specifics? That's insanity. So, low armor rating or damage with type of cold, if I'm reading this correctly. And that is fire type, which I actually do want. You can enjoy it as much as you want. This interface is garbage, Evo. I'm sorry. This is a crap interface. These are all tier 2 1 metal. So why are these not sorted? Why is there a tier 2 metal and then a tier 1 metal? And then a tier 1 metal? In fact, why do I have nothing but tier 1s except for one tier 2? Which I, of course, don't have enough of. They're sorted... Why are they sorted alphabetically? Yeah! Okay, okay. 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 Deep breath. Three negatives to the interface for crafting. Total lack of filters. Idiotic sorting methodology. Improper usage of cross-referencing. Inconsistent usage of terminology. Aggravation simply for navigating the things. And terrible font choice making the whole goddamn thing hard to actually read. What is this crap? Now, apparently obsidian is what I want for this. So let's see if we can figure out how to get some obsidian. I just gave 6 reasons why I'm giving 3 negatives for this, Lord Harriman. I don't know what else you want from me. I mean, I could probably come up with a 7. Alright, hit me. Play Jamal. Hit me. Lay him out. Let's hear it. Well, I finished that. Let me see here. I mean, I always encourage people to challenge me and disagree with me, but you gotta earn it. You can't just say I disagree and walk away. By the way, I freaking hate that. And not that you guys do that. I actually see this every now and again. I see people who are like, oh, you know, let me use a hypothetical example. This actually happened to me. I say, I like FF6, and someone says, I disagree. I think FF6 sucks. And then that's the end of the conversation. Nothing else is conveyed, and it's like, but okay. Okay. So, font size, first problem. I cannot read that. That is, it's been a problem this whole time. It's this whole game. But this is the first time it's actively gotten in the way of my problems of dealing with it. Second problem, inconsistent terminology. This is a minor point, admittedly. But if we're using the damage slot and the primary slot as similar terminology, then you probably should use the same actual phrase for it. Anybody who's ever played Magic the Gathering would actually understand what this concept is. Because when it comes to Magic the Gathering, you have to use, like, there's this whole keyword system. And you always use the same word when it means the same type of thing so that the player can then know that's what that means, right? So that's problem number 2. Problem number 3, total lack of filters. I don't feel the need to elaborate on that one. There are no filters. If there are, please point them out to me. I have searched this screen several times, like looking, because occasionally I miss little stuff like that. If there's like something in the corner somewhere which is helping me to sort this by any methodology other than alphabetical, which is the next thing. It sorts by alphabetical for some goddamned reason. Let me point out the other one here. So, let's say I go over here. So, this is a minor issue, like the other thing I mentioned. But I prefer there to be some kind of cross-referencing when it comes to this kind of thing. Right now, I am putting Onyx in the damage type. Nothing anywhere indicates that, and that's the problem. What I would like, especially in a crafting system like this, which is, by the way, probably going to get a triple positive, because I already can tell you this crafting system is awesome, it's just the interface sucks. So, obsidian, right? Oh my god, nothing here even indicates that that's obsidian. It just says it's metal. Look at that. It just says metal. But here's my point. Having something indicating obsidian gives me X, Y, or Z, and then what I could do, hypothetically, is go and be like, all right, I want to put this here, and I want to put this here, and I want to put this here. And I could kind of like either mentally or physically actually pull out a like a chart or something and say, okay, so what I want here is I want that type of item, that type of item, and that type of item. And now, I have a wish list, right? You get the idea? This is what I mean by cross-referencing. The ability to look at this and say, okay, here's what I want for this and that and that. Now, I know that there's an icon there. It's right there. By all means, tell me what that is. It's Drakestone, because we were just looking at it. But, like, if I was just to do that... Okay, that's probably not quick enough. Hang on. Let me turn off the game for just 1 second, okay? Hang on. Let me do this. We're going to do this. Okay. I don't actually have that many materials here. Okay. So, here we go. What do I have in there? Near as I can tell, no, Eva, which is nice. Frostbite actually doesn't have much of a memory leak issue. So that's good to know. It is iron. This isn't as hard as it could be. Because there's only like 3 options, right? I realized that as soon as I did it. We've got Drakestone, Iron, Onyx, and Summerstone. So there's only 4 options, excuse me. Oh yeah, that's another thing. It won't even let me put in a thing I can't do. Which makes sense. But it just makes the whole tracking thing more irritating. Let me walk this back for a second. You ever play Satisfactory? No, of course you haven't. But in Satisfactory, what I could do is I could look at this item, this staff I'm trying to create, and say, ping it. Or pin it, excuse me, pin it. And now, in my pinned resources thing over on the right there, it'll give me a list of what kind of items it needs and in what quantity. Ideally, then, I could actually hypothetically say, okay, I want 14 obsidian. Whoop. We have console? What? Apparently the console's activated. Anyways, so I could say I need 14 obsidian. Hang on. And then, okay, so what do we got here? What do I want here? Honestly, it looks like I just want obsidian again. So, okay, so now I need 6 obsidian. So I need 20 obsidian. And then, what do we got here? We got a couple options here. Let's see. Looks like ring velvet would be nice. So we need 6 ring velvet. Or we could do lustrous cloth. That's actually worthwhile, too. And it would be nice to have some kind of option to track all of that. But either way, this interface sucks and it's 3 negatives. Moving on. Sure, Blade Traval. I don't have anything else to say. I've made my point. I've made my argument. I spent way too time arguing it. 3 negatives to interface. Moving on. I'll leave the others on. Now, the crafting itself. So let's do something other than a stave. Let's go over here. Let's see. We already did the hat. Why is... But... Okay, this makes even less sense. I'm sorry, explain this to me. So there's a tier 2 hat. Okay, a tier 2 hat. Okay. A tier 3 hat. Okay. A tier 1 armor. Oh, I see what it's doing. Oh my god, that's so ridiculous. Oh my god. Okay, okay. That's... Wow. Yeah, no, it's sorted. It's sorted by tier, by category. I just... How much of this crap do we need? 17. So we need to find 17 stuff. Oh yeah, did I already give a negative for looting? Speaking of which. I did. Good. It's really hard to speak positively about this, so just give me a second here. I like the idea of crafting here. I like the idea of being able to say, okay, you know, I've got different slots. Each slot, I put in whatever the hell I want to. Each whatever the hell I want to produces different results. That sounds awesome. That sounds like a great modular system, which lets you have a great deal of customization about your equipment and blah, blah, blah. I kind of wish it let me wish list things, but that's whatever. I'm just going to walk away from that, because that has nothing to do with the crafting itself. You've also got the masterwork thing, which of course implies, based on your statement, that there's going to be the possibility of critting. That you can actually crit stuff. I don't know what the hell a crit refers to, but the mere fact that you can crit a craft implies a lot. So that's cool. That's good. I do like that. I like the modularity of it, and I like the simplicity of it. I just hate the interface. I don't have anything else to add to that. So we actually have a... oh, it's right here. I thought I already wrote this down. Sure, Evo. Hit me. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. I do know with total certainty that there is some crafted gear which is considered mandatory for hard mode stuff, because it's the stuff that has, for example, heal on hit or barrier on hit. Why is looting a negative? Oh, that's easy, Loke. Here, let me demonstrate looting. Hang on. Okay, hit all. Okay. Alright, well, there's another corpse over here. Hang on, I found another corpse, because we just killed like 4 things. Okay. Hang on, let me go. There's another corpse over here. I'm sorry. That's why looting is a negative. Only one, but it is absolutely a negative, because holy crap. Give me like an AoE loot, or an auto loot, or a skip animation option, or something. Best crafting interface. Just the interface, not the crafting itself. Honestly, modern Minecraft is pretty damn good. I know that's not quite on the same type of thing that this is doing, because Minecraft operates under static recipes, as opposed to this kind of modular stuff, which is very cool. But, for example, in modern Minecraft, if you haven't played it in the last few years, you can actually say, I want to make this, And it will show you what you need, or what type of things can be put into it, or what variances of that, or you could just click it directly from there to craft it, and all sorts of other pretty good interface stuff like that. I'm not sure we've really covered a lot of games with crafting, Blade Javal. We're kind of establishing precedents here. I think Croatia, the whole nation of Croatia, has a pretty good crafting interface. You go in and you're like, and then let's just there's just tanks. Thank you, Croatia. I do always appreciate it, and you have to give me a moment to write all that down. Colony ship, Mass Effect Andromeda. We should just push forward the Mass Effect Andromeda review just so we could get it over with, you know? Just so we could say we covered Mass Effect and then walk away from it forever. And Gothic 1. Thank you. Super Turbo Pow! Hang on, where's Evo's thing? Where's Evo's thing? Oh, it has deterministic randomization when it comes to crafting. That's... I don't know if that's a negative. Usually, when I see that kind of a thing, it's a toggle. There's an option in the game to allow for that kind of seeded RNG. Three negative, Blade Javal, 3. Unless I mistyped something somewhere. Either way, I think you might be right. I think that we are establishing a bit of a floor here because, yeah, that's why I'm giving it 3 negatives, Blade Javal. Like, those aren't, that's why I kept mentioning, like, this is a little issue, you know, and stuff like that. I'm not giving this 6 negatives. That's insanity. This isn't that bad. Never, Venters. Thank you for being part of the show, Venters. I will jot that down for Wildermouth. Yeah, 6 reasons for 3 negatives. That was the whole idea. I'm not sure if I could think of a 6 negative crafting system. I'd have to really think about that. I'm sure that... Oh, you know what? The Forest. Have you ever played The Forest? Anybody in chat? It's kind of an older game at this point now. Survival, horror. Very crafty, buildy kind of a game. Now, The Forest is... It does a lot right, in the interest of fairness, but its crafting interface is garbage. It's total garbage. Oh, wow. It's hard to even explain it unless you've actually seen it. Like, you know how I had issues with the lack of sorting? Imagine a lack of sorting, but instead of across, like, you know, what, the 12 or whatever options we have, it's like 30 different things you can make. And you have to manually sort for it because there's no search feature. And so if you want to build a door, you have to search through the door section. But if you want to build this other type of door, it's not even in the doors category. It's over here. And none of the order of which items exist in your crafting menu makes no sense at all. Like, nobody put any kind of logic into what is where. Just buildings, like, again, interface specifically, is just terabad in that game. You could do little bits of crafting in Horizon Zero Dawn. That was very, very fire and forget kind of crafting. In fact, I actually like the quality of life feature where it's like, if you have a certain type of arrow equipped and you run out and you happen to have the materials for it, you just go and you automatically just make more of those arrows and then you keep going. Yes, Ron Falkenstein. Guild Wars 2 didn't have particularly good crafting either. It did do one thing right, which was the speed of crafting. But the rest of the interface was pretty much bog standard MMO, which, again, not great. I would say this is a little bit worse, but Guild Wars 2's interface is still not what I would call a good one. I've only bothered with Guild Wars 2's crafting because I had to in order to get not only legendaries, but the high-end gear. And that's the biggest problem with Guild Wars 2's crafting, is you have to do it. If you want the best gear, you have to engage with that system. And yeah, Tor's crafting takes real time, which is even worse. Interface was fine, but the real-time thing was just ugh. And WoW's crafting actually got a huge overhaul just this most recent expansion, just under a year ago. So WoW's crafting interface has gotten a lot better. Didn't used to be good. Didn't used to be good. Star Trek Online, we did actually show off crafting very briefly. It is very, very basic. It's also real-time crafting, pretty much just like tours. You fire off a mission and there you go. Really, E-Tree. I guess, you know what? That's true, because they've got that brand new thing with the new expansion I haven't really engaged with yet. I'm trying to think. I don't think we've really covered a lot of games that have crafting. I know we covered STO, I know we covered Tor, I know we covered FF14. But all of those are mostly just kind of, okay, you know, not great, not bad. I've seen worse, I've seen better. I know this sounds pathetic, but I'm not sure I could think of a crafting interface specifically that's worse here. Subnautica is a builder game, so I guess I get your point there, but I wasn't even thinking about that when it comes to crafting, because it's not really oh god, Skyrim. Yeah, Skyrim might actually break the floor out of this one. That's not my decision, Random Heroes. We're still working on the second one, though, at this point. Yeah, so Skyrim... Where do I even begin? Skyrim's crafting interface is not great, and Skyrim's crafting had potential, and then they ruined it. Yeah, I've actually covered Modern Warfare 1's remake recently. Like, it's in the modern reviews. In fact, I've also covered Modern Warfare 1 and Modern Warfare 2, the originals. So that's 3 Call of Duty games I've reviewed under the current system. Yeah, Skyrim's crafting is there. And yeah, its first problem is it uses the frickin' Skyrim menus. Neverwinter Nights 2 had crafting? Oh yeah, you know what? You know what? So the interface is bad, but you know what game that would have worse crafting by far? Neverwinter Nights 1. Now, how many of you even knew that game had crafting at all? And by crafting, I mean a string of essentially quest flags that would kind of interact with each other in a way that technically makes items into other items. Oh. Did Baldur's Gate 3 have crafting? What was Baldur's Gate 3's crafting? I should be going and killing random stuff while I'm sitting here. So I want, right, I want silk something and I want obsidian. Let's see if we can make that happen. Dead Rising 2, I want to say, had pretty good crafting, by memory. Although that crafting was just clamp something onto something else and see what works. This is not where I want to be. Now that's a good question, Crazy Norse. And nobody's ever agreed on it. I'm not even sure I have an opinion on it, because nobody agrees on that point. I mean, I do have an opinion on it. Of course I do. We did pick up a bunch of iron earlier. I think that's why we had so much iron. We want obsidian. We want tier 4 materials. We want the best around. No one's ever gonna break us down.
Can you arrange what we discussed earlier, Ambassador?
I found the money. The Inquisition will compensate the families of those we lost at Haven.
Thank you.
Was there crafting in Prey? Okay, elf root or stones and metals. Let's see what we get.
All right.
Blue vitriol and summerstones. That's not actually what I want. Let's see what else we got here. Hinterland resources.
Inquisitor.
There's onyx and drakestone, which I also don't want. Can I... Nope, that's just gathered coin. Lothering's, like, right here. Somewhere around here. Either way, I don't know would be the answer there. Alright, I'll tell you my opinion. It is my opinion that crafting gear and drop gear should be identical in overall quality. However, what I would probably do is I would make each unique in some...
When we arrived, who named this place Skyhold?
Solus says it changed hands so many times, the original builders can't be traced. I read the House of Armitage once built a fortress in the vicinity 5 ages ago, but the records are lost.
I would make the different sources of gear unique in different ways. For example, crafted items could never have set bonuses, whereas dropped could. But set items can never be customized, whereas crafted items can. So the item budget, for lack of a better way to put it, for both items is identical. You'll always have an item level 400 crafted item, and an item level 400 dropped item. But the distinguishment is in the details. Does that make sense? I'm probably explaining it terribly because I got just interrupted there. Okay, yeah, there's our specs. Woo! Yeah, exactly, Kira White Knights. You get the idea. Yes, to Orzammar, to King Heremont.
Inquisitor?
Our emissaries are returned. Orzammar has pledged our cause, the most formidable warriors from the Legion of the Dead. According to the king, they are veteran Darkspawn hunters, absolutely fearless. The king was also graciously offered to share Orzammar's wealth. He recognizes the threat that Corypheus poses. That's true, Blade Jabal. I do think some kind of bad luck protection is necessary in any game with random drops, and I know a lot of people disagree with me on that. Lord Helmont convinced me that we should put Lord Helmont on the throne. Wait. See, the problem is that's also true in reverse. Either way, I stand firmly by it. Although, if I'm being completely blunt, if I was, for example, designing an MMO, the most likely thing I would do is not introduce crafting. I legitimately think at this point in my life that crafting is just an anchor, a weight on MMO design's neck, and it honestly needs to go away. I really think that it's just so rare that people have actually done anything with it in MMO design.
Inquisitor?
Okay, cool. So now we can spec, I think. How do I be about Vanilla WoW's crafting? Hang on 1 second. Okay, I need to get my my R2-D2 bucket. See, it's actually really cool. This is a gift. Check it out. It's pretty accurate too. That's the best. Okay, and that's my opinion on WoW Vanilla crafting. All right, so. In the wake of so many deaths at the rise of the Inquisition, several noble houses are attempting to spur their fortunes by crafting an alliance of their own. For now, they are mired in this arguments of seniority. Despite their intent to craft a political entity to dispose us, these noble families are too embroiled in their own conflicts to even acknowledge us. We've acquired some additional trading partners who are tired of waiting for a winner to emerge. Wah, wah. Okay. Hold up. So, I unlocked the specs, right? What was that? The music even cut off. Did you hear that? Da 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 da. God, yes. Let's get some freaking music in here. Okay. So we've got bald man, blonde man, and someone else man. Like this guy.
Hello? Yes, hello. I am your trainer.
Yes,
I am your trainer.
you said that.
Good, because it has been a long journey. The cause is just, and if we don't start soon, you won't have time to learn. I am your trainer.
What? Why did the conversation end? Also, I notice her name is your trainer. Capital Y, capital T.
Hello? Yes? I am waiting for you to complete your task. If you do so, you can be a Rift Mage. I know how not to die, and I can teach it. It's incredible.
Sorry, what's your name again?
You didn't mention your name.
I am your trainer.
That isn't a name.
It is what I am. I try very hard to remember that much. There is so much else to keep in mind. Understand, Inquisitor, that I have learnt it all very quickly, so you do not have to.
But...
The rifts were triggered by the breach. There's already a school of magic.
A school? No. Yes. Sort of. The holes in the veil flooded us with magic, and that can be used. It changed some rules, modified them, enough that the careless inverted themselves, old forces in new forms. Others will try, their results will vary, but you will have the best instruction. Because your trainer has already taken the risk. The price has been paid.
Cool, I'm gonna leave now. And never talk to you again.
I can't commit yet.
So, we're obviously not becoming your trainer. I mean, your Rift Mage.
You get a title, I get the boot. I see how it is. I mean, thanks for my life. Pleased to serve.
Okay.
Inquisitor.
Okay.
Inquisitor, I heard a tapping. My skills are required.
And you are?
Speaker Vius Anaxas. I have come from Navarra as a voice for the dead. Welcome them, and they will serve your cause.
Right, so... I'm gonna set up a poll for this. Because we're doing either Knight Enchanter or Blood Mage. I mean, Necromancer, which is also a Blood Mage. So... Blood Necro. Necrob Blood? Bloodmancer? Either way, I'm going to put a poll up, and we'll just have this going for a few minutes here. And I'll let fate decide this one. There you go. Boot. Oh, and if you're not getting the joke, the reason I keep calling it Blood Mage is because there's actually an interview from one of the creators of the game who flat out admitted in a Q&A session, yes, this is blood magic, so I'm kind of calling it blood magic, even though everybody says it's not blood magic. The joke kind of feeds on itself.
You'd better clarify.
Of course. I know how this sounds to the uninitiated. I am of the Mortalitazi. We tend to those who have passed and revere their lives by honoring them in death. And when the living are threatened, we give the bodies of the dead physical purpose once more. Necromancy, Inquisitor. The dead will serve for you.
I do like raising the dead. Healing them, you know, taking care of them, making sure they can recover from the horrible thought that was their death, you know. Sending them to kill my enemies.
What is a Mortalitasi?
We are the caretakers of the Grand Necropolis of Navarra. For the treasured relative, We usher a spirit of the Fade into the void of their mortal form. It honors them both. But when enemies threaten the living, we turn death into a weapon of war, instead of merely the result.
You're a mage who manipulates life. How is this not blood magic?
Blood magic consumes life. It tears at the living to manipulate and destroy. It is a cancer among our kind. We honor life by venerating the dead. We give their mortal form purpose. In combat, perhaps only for a few moments, but that is still more than they had.
A few moments before blood.
Opposing you normally allows.
Meteor Rain does sound cool, but, I mean, we all know it's between Necro or Enchanter. It's a shame Knight Enchanter isn't Insane God mode. I would have enjoyed that, I think.
You're saying you can bring the dead back to life?
Of course not. The souls of our departed cross the Fade to be with the Maker. The body is left empty.
Then, what is it that you do?
In the Grand Necropolis, we would usher in a displaced spirit of the Fade, eliminating imbalance. But this is war. Every battlefield has one thing in abundance: death. I turn the bodies of enemies into weapons against them. We do not manipulate the living. We make use of the dead.
That's an interesting distinction. So we'll come back to that.
I'm not committing to this yet.
And then I guess you're the Knight Enchanter?
Hold and declare, Inquisitor.
What do you
What
mean?
is that camera?
Ask your intent. I was summoned to oversee training,
I-
and I would know
There,
my
there we go. There. Well,
I am your commander in this matter.
I
Commander Helene.
guess we'll stare at your backside, because otherwise I'm either going to be staring at the wall or the blinding light of death.
Thank you for coming, Commander Helene.
Commander will suffice, recruit. I teach the skills of the Knight Enchanter. It is a rank. It is a life. Understanding its hierarchy is the first step. You already know this. You were not made Inquisitor and then taught to lead. I will teach you how to rise to your place. How to join your warriors, spectral blade in hand. How to command the ranks while standing beside them. Are you ready?
See, now I'm staring at her backside, but it's funny because unlike in, I don't know, Isabella in Dragon Age 2, she has no butt. So there's nothing to see there.
I can't
Where...
do this yet.
Look, it's perfectly fine. She's just a Mass Effect 1 character. None of them had an ass. Nobody had any... That's not true. That's not true. Tali.
On the windowsill again. The juice is attracting flies. There are spiders everywhere. The plums were right in front of me, but I can't quite recall who took them.
Sarah, stop pranking people.
Something is troubling me, Inquisitor. Leliana is receiving reports of mages becoming possessed, Templars going rogue. No one is dealing with these matters. I was hoping we might, before they get worse.
Done.
We can certainly look into it.
I will mark these incidents on the map as I learn of them, Inquisitor. And I would be pleased to accompany you if and when you investigate.
Do you have any advice for me?
Tell that demon, what does it call itself? Cole. Tell it to leave. He may not mean harm, but that does not mean he will not harm us. Spirits are not creatures to take at face value. Be cautious with him, Inquisitor.
It's okay. He found this kid who was locked up into a tower until he starved to death.
That's enough for now.
Another time, then.
And yes, Cole, if I didn't respond to you earlier. Sorry. State-approved blood magic. Well, you see, Miranda's butt is just got nothing on Liara's, okay? You gotta look at the butt to... Can't even do it. I can't even do it. Yeah, I saw that the poll was complete. I was a heck of a swing. I figured that would be a closer poll.
See? What did I tell you?
Thank you.
Inquisitor. That's got a good ring to it. We're happy to be here, Your Worship. You need anything, let me know.
Apparently not.
We'll talk later.
And I know Iron Bull's over here.
Hey, boss.
Apparently I've done this video.
Nice talking with you, boss.
I mean, I'm one of those people who thought Miranda's default suit looks terrible. But I've never...
Help somehow. Maybe cleaning?
I've never liked the catsuit look in general.
Of she who stands behind the throne.
And perhaps casts a shadow across it.
He hates it all because of the darkness behind the door. Some doors should stay shut.
Really?
I've heard about some oddities here in the keep. Was that you?
Yes. Maybe. What was it?
Can I assume you're responsible for the turnips that have shown up in the fireplaces?
They don't smell the same, Raw.
Let's talk about something else.
All right.
The servants are having some trouble remembering some odd events. Someone is leaving peeled plums on the windowsill. It's attracting flies.
Spiders need to eat.
Okay.
I'll talk to you later.
Probably.
Anyways, and no, I like actual outfits, Ross, not, you know, catsuits. I already did that Wandering Doll, although I guess I could do it again. Hey, Krem.
Your Worship.
Can you think of any other tasks suitable for the Chargers?
I suspect Haven's quiet by now. Might be worth sending the boys back. We could recover some supplies, get an idea about the enemy's strength. We could even pick up any stragglers who haven't found Skyhold yet.
Okay, I guess we got another one.
Talk later.
That is funny, because we really did talk to him last time. I was trying to think of this, just as a little for fun exercise, what I think Cassandra's theme song would be. And then I realized that I have something like 16,000 songs to pick from, so I decided to limit my size a little bit more. So now I'm trying to think of a Chrono Trigger song that would be Cassandra's theme song.
That'll guide the dragon right in.
By the time it's across the growing legions, that growing pincushion will be right.
The first one that came to my mind was... I don't think it quite fits her. I think this fits him better.
Hello.
We'll talk later.
Goodbye.
Okay, I thought he would talk to me about my mage choices. Nice wolf diagrams there. Oh, I could see that. So for Cassandra...
How do you know they went to
Yeah. See, I was thinking Blackwall as well, but I don't know. I think this fits her. Okay, so we're becoming a Knight Enchanter. Coles? This is Coles. No, Eva.
Recruit, I await the completion of the first of your orders. Only then can you learn to command.
Who granted your rank? What forces have you served with?
I cannot say.
Then how do I know you're capable?
You know because I have told you, and I will teach you the same authority.
Commander is a title I associate with human forces.
Knight Enchanter has roots in Elven tradition, but it has utility in every tradition. There are no borders for the mage who wields a spectral blade. There is respect, and there is fear.
Tell me why this would best suit me.
I cannot. Only you know if you are fit to lead with more than maps. Do you have the mettle to raise a blade in grand melee? To have your presence make heroes of your charges? This is a path for leaders. You tell me if you are worthy.
I'm ready to learn what you know.
Then we will begin the simple steps, recruit. And we shall see what heights you reach. You have a task, a simple construction. Go, learn, and return. Soon you will lead from the front. Soon you will command.
This is my theme, by the way. Is that seriously a go fetch quest? Oh my god, it's a fetch quest.
Right. That's why.
Okay, building next to Cassandra. Well, there's several of those. I'm gonna assume it's this one. Higher floor, higher floor, higher floor. Apparently not this building. Ah, dang it. Who? Evo? Oh, no, we're playing Inquisition now, Evo. We aren't playing Dragon Age 2 anymore. Read this. Ah! Right. Yeah, I've got a bunch of these. And of course, I don't have any of the crap I need for any of this. Which I'm not complaining about, it's just the truth. Interesting.
Nothing? Unfortunate.
Aw. Let's see. Iron Bowl's theme. Now, I know what you're thinking. Oh, it's too whimsical, but no, really. Think about it. Think about whose theme song this is over in Chrono Trigger. Plus, you can't tell me the Iron Bowl wouldn't enjoy this. Dorians? Oh gosh. Give me a sec.
Committed bachelor, I
I suppose we should hold court really quick while we're here.
Impressive, is it not? Fit for a leader, meant to show influence and the burden of it. It is where the Inquisition will sit in judgment, where you will sit in judgment.
Who will I be judging, exactly?
Those who have done wrong. You will know of them, at the very least. All this presumes they have survived their initial encounter with you, of course.
Still more lives in my hands.
You are a beacon of law, Inquisitor, as others retreat from responsibility. But this needn't be bloody. The Inquisition's sovereignty is derived from the allies who validate it. You are both empowered and bound. Justice has many tools. If their application is clever, execution may even seem merciful by comparison.
Is there anyone I should judge?
Take the throne when you're ready. We will bring him before you.
You sent for me, Inquisitor.
Knight Templar Delrin Barris, we've gathered to review your military service to the Inquisition. You showed exceptional valor defending the people of Valkaline from Venatori, and broke a siege of demons in Ansburg. You stood against an entire town that wanted to kill a mage for imagined demonic possession, without raising a sword.
In thanks for your service, and your help at Therenfall Redoubt, I endorse your promotion to Knight Commander of the Templar Order.
Your worship, I am not worthy.
You've shown loyalty, determination, courage, as all Templars should.
I will honor your faith in me.
Templars, will you take Sir Barris as your Knight Commander?
It's very Klingon.
Knight Captain Denham, Inquisitor. He awaits judgment for serving the Lord Seeker at Therenfall Redoubt.
Executed.
I knew some of the knights who died there. I asked to oversee his sentencing.
Why is he in full armor?
The Envy Demon perhaps fooled the Knight Captain, but following his superior's orders nearly destroyed the Templars.
I hope the Knight Captain is lucid enough to understand what he's done.
I only did as I was told.
Knowingly or not, you condemned your brothers and sisters to death.
You would have done the same if you hadn't abandoned the Order. I served faithfully. It went red after what the Lord Seeker told me to do.
I was gonna say, that's not much of a thing. So, we've got two options. We can murder his stupid face off, which I do like, or we can let the Templars judge him. What do you think? Apparently that one's book, and the others are branchy, or choicey, or whatever the hell that's supposed to mean. Hey, Melkor Blade. Nah. Hand him over to the Templars.
I didn't suffer at your hands. That was your knights in the Templar Order. Let the remaining Templars judge the man who failed them.
The penalty will be death. They can't. Not after what I've seen.
Bye. Yeah, you notice we got approval from everyone for that? Jesus! I was just waiting for one of those to say disapproves. Nope. Screw that guy. Of course they give us a softball for our first judgment, right? Okay. Second favorite video game song of all time? Can you even guess the game it's from? If you can, I will put $2 towards the game of your choice. Not the franchise, Lord Harriman. The game. What was I about to do?
Any news on rifts beyond reach of the Inquisition?
Yes. And it is not good.
ActRaiser, you got it! Yeah, if I'm reading that correctly, it's all in Meyer. Oh yeah, I guess I'll go talk to Hawk. Yes. Does Red Hill Retribution even have music? Real talk, I don't remember it. I remember the sound effects and the voice acting, but I don't remember the music. Oh yeah, let's where the hell? Where's Varric? It's okay, sure. There he is. Jesus, Frelling Christ. Thank you, Eitri. Always appreciate those subs. And if you know what you want to put that towards, up to 3 things, please let me know.
Inquisitor, meet Hawk, the champion of Kirkwall.
Though I don't use that title much anymore.
Her blood smear looks worse.
The Inquisitor. I figured you might have some friendly advice about Corypheus. You and I did fight him, after all.
You've already dropped half a mountain on the bastard. I'm sure anything I can tell you pales in comparison.
Oh, I don't know. You did save a city from a horde of rampaging Kunari.
I don't see how that really applies. Or is there a horde of rampaging Kunari I don't know about?
There's a Kunari. He almost qualifies as a horde all by himself. Fortunately, he's on our side.
So, then, what can I tell you?
Varric said that you fought Corypheus before.
Fought and killed. The Grey Wardens were holding him, and he somehow used his connection to the Darkspawn to influence them.
Corypheus got into their heads, messed with their minds, turned them against each other.
If the Wardens have disappeared, they could have fallen under his control again.
If that's what happened to the Wardens, do you think we can free them?
It's possible, but we need to know more first. I've got a friend in the Wardens. He was investigating something unrelated for me. His name is Loghain. The last time we spoke, he was worried about corruption in the Warden ranks. Since then, nothing.
Corypheus would certainly qualify as corruption in the ranks. Did your friend disappear with them?
No. He told me he'd be hiding in an old smuggler's cave near Crestwood.
If you didn't know about Corypheus, what were you doing with the Wardens?
The Templars in Kirkwall were using a strange form of lyrium. It was red. I'd hoped the Wardens could tell me more about it.
We've encountered red lyrium. Corypheus was using it to corrupt the Templars and turn them into his slaves.
Hopefully, my friend in the Wardens will know more.
I appreciate the help.
I'm doing this as much for myself as for you. Corypheus is my responsibility. I thought I'd killed him before. This time I'll make sure of it. Inquisitor.
You said you thought you killed Corypheus?
The Grey Wardens had him imprisoned. They used my father's blood in a ritual to seal Corypheus inside. But he could still reach out and influence the Warden's thoughts. He sent them after me. And I didn't just think I killed him. When the fight was done, he was dead on the ground. Maybe his tie to the Blight somehow brought him back, or maybe it's Altar Vinter magic, but he was dead, I swear it.
Where did you go after the mages rebelled?
I heard the Chantry might be sending an exalted march to Kirkwall to put down the rebellion. I hoped that leaving would save lives and force the Divine to divide her forces to come after me. As it turned out, I needn't have bothered. All the circles started rising up, and the exalted march never came.
Well, thank goodness for that. That would have been a terrible DLC.
I'd like to know more about Anders. What was he like?
I don't know if there ever was just an Anders. He was crazy. By the end, there was nothing left in him, except this insane need to start a war no one could win.
I heard you had family and friends in Kirkwall. Where are they now?
My brother's a Grey Warden. I had my friend Aveline take him as far from Orlais as possible. When all the Wardens started acting strangely, I had to keep my family safe. Isabella and I never believed in being tied down. When I had to go into hiding, she understood. We'll see each other again. Until then, she'll be having fun. But hopefully not too much fun.
I assume Varric's been feeding you information about the Inquisition? What did he say about me?
Only good things, I promise. I was a little surprised, actually. Varric isn't one for religion in general, but he thinks highly of the Inquisition. I think the exact phrase was, has a good shot at fixing Blondie's mess.
Yeah, meanwhile, Isabella is off just sleeping with everyone without her.
We'll talk later.
I'll meet you at Crestwood.
Inquisitor.
You knew where Hawk was all along!
You're damned right I did.
You conniving little shit!
You kidnapped me! You interrogated me! What did you expect?
I expected you to tell the truth! I told you what was at stake!
So I just hand her over on your say-so? It's okay, Hawk. This zealot isn't crazy. I promise. Look at her. She's finally lost it.
This would be funny if it wasn't also kind of sad.
We needed someone to lead this Inquisition. First, Liliana and I searched for the hero of Ferelden, but he had vanished. Then, we looked for Hawk, but she was gone too. We thought it all connected, but no. It was just you. You who kept her from us.
The Inquisition has a leader.
Hawk would have been at the Conclave if anyone could have saved Most Holy.
Varric's not responsible for what happened at the Conclave.
I was protecting my friend.
Varric is a liar, Inquisitor. A snake. Even after the Conclave, when we needed Hawk most, Varric kept her secret.
She's with us now. We're on the same side.
We all know whose side you're on, Varric. It will never be the Inquisition's.
Varric's earned his right to be here, Cassandra.
Thank you.
He did bring Hawk. Late, perhaps, but Hawk is with us. As are you.
You know what I think? If Hawk had been at the temple, she'd be dead too. You people have done enough to her.
I believed him. He spun his story for me, and I swallowed it. If I just explained what was at stake, if I just made him understand. But I didn't, did I? I didn't explain why we needed Hawk. I'm such a fool.
Yeah, I hate to point this out, but I remember that first intro cutscene. You walked in and actually blunked him across the face and then stabbed his book with a knife. Come on, Cassandra.
Good thing I still like you.
I'm serious.
You think I'm not?
I want you to know, I have no regrets. Maybe if we'd found Hawk or the hero of Ferelden, the Maker wouldn't have needed to send you. But he did. I don't know how it will end, but I would have it no other way.
Admittedly, Hawk is enough of a badass that maybe it would have gone differently. But that would be in, and I'm going to say this as nicely as I possibly can, a very well-written story that has time and effort and polish to be able to be crafted in the way it needs to be, which this is not. Like, I can imagine them being like, oh, shoot, Hawk's there. Okay, we need Hawk out of the way so we can play the new player character. Oh, no, Hawk's dead. And there you go. Boom. The mire. Go to. Travel to mire. Go to mire. Go web go.
Greetings.
Okay.
Do you have any advice for me?
Treat Dorian with caution. It's possible he could be what he seems. A Tevinter mage wishing to do better than his countrymen.
Where is Varric right now? Is he still up top? And not on my freaking map? Where is he always? He's literally not on the map. He is not on the map. There's Blackwall. There's Iron Bull. There's Sarah. There's Cassandra. There's Cole. There's Vivienne. There's Josephine. There's Dorian. There's Solus. There's Liliana. There's Cullen. That's it. He's not on the frigging map. God damn it. This game is determined to make me not like it. I'm trying as hard as I fracking can. And the game's just like, no, no, how dare you? How dare you try to like me? Screw you! And it's just pissing in my eyeball the entire time. I've got glasses on, so it's not that bad, but it's still very frustrating.
That got a little heated. Are you all right?
Well, that depends. How angry is Cassandra? I wasn't trying to keep secrets. I told the Inquisition everything that seemed important at the time.
I like how one of the options is choose a side.
I know, Varric. You never would have kept quiet otherwise.
I keep hoping none of this is real. Maybe it's all some bullshit from the Fade and it'll just disappear. I know I need to do better. I'm sorry. Corypheus is back. Oh, shit.
You said he was a Darkspawn, or a Magister. What is he really?
I'm not sure. I don't think Corypheus really knows either. He's definitely a Darkspawn, but when we found him, it was pretty obvious he hadn't heard that. He thinks he's a Magister, a priest of Dumat, in fact. He says he broke into the Golden City, like in the Chantry tale.
If you and Hawk defeated him once, we can do it again.
We didn't just think Corypheus was dead. He was dead. No pulse, no breath, full of stab wounds. There wasn't a lot of room for doubt. It makes me wonder. I thought the Wardens imprisoned Corypheus to use him. Maybe they did it because he can't be killed.
How did you and Hawk even wind up in a Grey Warden prison for ancient Darkspawn?
Corypheus sent people after Hawk. He actually got control of an entire Carta clan. Made them drink Darkspawn blood. Weird shit. We tracked the Carta to an old dwarven fort or something in the mountains. Of course, it turned out to be a trap. They needed Hawk's blood to open the locks holding Corypheus, and they drew us into the prison to get it.
There has to be a way to defeat Corypheus. We'll find it, don't worry.
I hope you're right. Maker's breath, what have I let loose?
You had nothing to do with this, Varric.
I was the one who led Hawk to Corypheus. If I hadn't tracked the Carta to that ruin. But you've got more important things to do than listen to me worry. Just let me know when you want something shot.
Well, there's this giant spider thing.
Battling the demons of paperwork? That's a fight nobody walks away from clean.
You have no idea the number of times I've almost been killed by bills of lading. I've been meaning to come talk to you anyhow. I never officially joined the Inquisition. I don't know how to do this disciplehood thing. I'm a businessman. Never really followed a chosen one before.
I don't need a disciple. I need a friend.
If you knew how intimidating you are, you wouldn't make it sound so simple. You just don't know what you are to the people out there. The Herald of Andraste is a symbol bigger than any of us.
What am I to you, then?
None of this shit makes any sense to me. Is this the end of the world? Did Andraste send you through the breach? I have no idea. You heard the crowd singing after Haven was attacked?
Whatever I am to Thetis, I'm still just an ordinary person.
So, just a regular person, like anybody else. Right. I should probably get back to work. Unless, you up for a game of Wicked Grace? What can I do for you, Inquisitor?
Cassandra is waiting for the next issue of Swords and Shields.
I must have heard that wrong. It sounded like you just said that Cassandra read my books.
She's a pretty big fan, in fact.
Are we talking about the same Cassandra? Tall, grumpy seeker, like stabbing things? Wait, did you say the romance serial? Oh, she'll be waiting for a while then. I haven't finished it and wasn't planning to. That book is easily the worst I've ever written. The last issue barely sold enough to pay for the ink.
I was hoping to give it to Cassandra as a gift.
Oh, come on, that's just cruel. Even the Seeker doesn't deserve that. So, you want me to finish writing the latest issue of my worst serial for Cassandra? Oh, that's such a terrible idea. I have to do it. On one condition. I get to be there when you give her the book.
Okay.
You've got a deal.
I'll get to work then. You know, the fact that the book is terrible just makes it more worthwhile somehow.
It was a long, cold, dark hallway at Skyhold. I stared down the barrel of his .35 Magnum Glock, TM AK-48. Silvershine, of course. I told him, if you think you've got what it takes, then go ahead and pull that trigger, punk. Sorry,
Looking for someone to talk your ear off? I think I can oblige.
I've read your Tale of the Champion, and I have a few questions.
That's a pretty common reaction. Go ahead.
Carry on.
Apparently we've already covered all those. Okay, cool. Okay.
Any stories? Oh, plenty. No one interesting, though.
Oh, I know.
I am aware of that trihexia. It's also quite incorrect, but I'm aware of it nonetheless.
What have you done now?
I get it, Seeker. You're still sore after our spat.
I'm not a child, Varric. Do not suggest I am without reason.
A peace offering. The next chapter of Swords and Shields. I hear you're a fan.
Aveline!
This is your doing.
Maybe.
I was hoping you'd be happy about it.
Well, if you're not interested, you're not interested. Still needs editing anyhow.
Wait!
You're probably wondering what happens to the Knight Captain after the last chapter.
Nothing should happen to her. She was falsely accused.
Well, it turns out the guardsman...
Don't tell me!
This is the part where you thank the Inquisitor. I don't normally give sneak peeks, after all.
Thank you.
That was adorable.
This was everything I'd hoped.
I know how you feel.
I wonder if I have time to read the first part.
Don't forget to tell all your friends, if you have any. Completely worth it.
Oh wow, there's a new Smooth McGroove. It's the first time in a couple of years. Damn it. I can't find it. And, of course, that's like 2 hours long. God dang it. Well, whatever. I was going to pull up the Iron Bull romance scene really quick, just while we're already in a jocular mood, but I'm not sifting through an hour-long video just to showcase it. It's amusing. You can look it up in your own time.
Planning troop movements now?
I'm trying to imagine what it will look like when we're done. All of this once belonged to the Tevinter Imperium. Andraste changed that, as did the Blights. As for what will come next, I cannot guess the Maker's plan.
We make the world a better place.
Because everyone agrees on what better means. I know I want a world where people trust the Chantry and that trust is respected. I want to respect tradition, but not fear change. I want to right past wrongs, but not avenge them. And I have no idea if my wanting these things makes any of them right.
You're too idealistic. You should give yourself to the new galactic empire.
You know I don't want the same things as you.
Wait, what?
I would be surprised if you
What?
did.
What?
Perhaps
What?
that will
That's...
not stop me from
What?
trying to determine the correct path.
No!
Tell me, what guides you?
Oh, whatever.
You make decisions that shake the world, yet always seem so assured. I wish I had your confidence.
Apparently I can't read today because it's like, I agree with you, or those are what I want, or whatever the hell. And that's what I was trying to pick was, I agree with you. And then he said, I don't agree with you. God fracking damn it, game. Oh, was it a misclick? Hang on. Oh, I can't watch my own VOD. I'm gonna have to watch the VOD of that at some point to figure out what the hell happened. Because I was going for the I agree with you option. It might have literally just been a misclick. It might have literally just been a misclick then. Whatever. Romance.
If I'm guided by anything,
I don't want to hear it, Evo. I don't want to hear it. I'm already too angry. I'm so goddamn pissed at this goddamn game. I don't think you're blind. Ah!
Clearly, you haven't been paying attention.
Haven't I?
When we first met, if someone told me I would be pleased to have you lead me, I would have throttled them. But I am. The Maker chose well.
Don't shut up, Evo. That's just gonna make me even angrier. And you wouldn't like me when I'm angry. Like my pants. I like these pants. I don't want to tear these things. You know what pisses me off most about this game? And I mean this with total sincerity. It's not a bad game. And I wish it was. I know that sounds so terrible, but I mean it with absolute sincerity. There's no joke here. I'm not being facetious and I'm not playing to the crowd. I wish this game was worse. Because if it was worse, I could just pick up a bat and go to town on it and have fun with it, right? It is instead actually a pretty damn good game that is also extremely frustrating at the exact same time. Have you looked at the review document lately? We're staring at like 30 to 40 some odd story positives and about 50 gameplay negatives. And some other stuff. But like that's explained so much of my opinion so far. It's really frustrating, except when it's awesome. Oh, and for the record, I did give that scene we just had its own positive because it was a great scene. Ah, we haven't even fought a dragon yet. I'm sure those will be a source of positives. You know, God damn it, game, just Pick a lane. I know. It doesn't work that way. Ah. Yeah, you know, hang on. Let's see what Dragon Age 4 status is at. Oh my god. Oh my god. Can you see that? Can you see what happened? See if I can make that a little more obvious what happened there. Yeah. So there you go. There's Dragon Age 4. That is yeah. That tracks. That tracks right there. The wheel turns. What was I picking? Right, yes. Like, are we friends?
I hope we can call each other friends.
I hope so too. We still have a long road to travel, Inquisitor. Wherever it takes us, I'm glad you're here.
Oh, Jesus. The void! Oh, no, okay, we're okay. We're okay. You're interested in a game like this, but not this game or the BioWare studio. Well, the obvious answer is Baldur's Gate 3. But there's not really a lot of games, oh, nice, Ross, that are exactly like Inquisition. Yes, I did, Pika. BioWare games... You probably don't remember this, but once upon a time, Evo walked up to me and smacked me in the face, and punched me in the face, and kicked me in the face, and spat me in the face, and told me I was wrong, because I didn't think Dragon Age Origins was a CRPG. This is a long time ago. And the thing is, at the time, I couldn't come up with a good answer for why I didn't think it was a CRPG. And the reason I bring all this up is because it's kind of its own subgenre, I think. Dragon Age games, BioWare games in particular, are obviously CRPGs, and I'm counting them as such, but they feel like their own little flavor of things. Right? Like, I'm sure most of you know what I'm talking about with this. Some of them feel a little bit more CRPG, like Neverwinter Nights 1, but then you've got, like, KOTOR, for example, or Jade Empire, or Dragon Age Origins, or Dragon Age Inquisition, or whatever. So trying to come up with a game that is similar to this, that isn't from BioWare, I'm not sure I could come up with one right off the top of my head. However, if you just want a modern CRPG that's good, there's the 2 Pathfinder games. There is Baldur's Gate 3, although I recommend waiting on that till, you know, it gets a few more patches under its belt. Tyranny... I can only recommend with a few asterisks. Play a mage. If you're going to play Tyranny, play a mage. You know, true enough, Colburn. I can also recommend Pillars of Eternity 2, specifically. That's funny, Evo. Right as I opened my mouth to say that. I think I could recommend Pillars of Eternity 2. And again, just 2, not 1. I don't recommend 1. I think that would be the list for me. Anything else would stretch further into the past and start to have more and more asterisks on top of it. Like, Arcanum is a great story that I don't recommend playing. To use an example there. Planescape Torment is a great story that I don't recommend playing.
It's good to see you.
Do you have any advice for me?
Watch the treasury carefully, with that Sarah present.
You think she's here to rob us?
Possibly not, but I would hardly put it past her.
That's enough for now.
Another time, then.
Oh yeah, and I absolutely do not recommend Greedfall. I don't think it's a modern review, but I still gave that game a pretty net negative review, and I stand by that. Nope, we've given up on Cassandra forever. We're going to our one true love. Scout Harding. So... Sure, Colgrim. I don't feel like arguing right now. I've already reviewed it. I have the right to make that opinion. That opinion is set in stone. Moving on. Alright, so... I think it was only partially net negative, actually. Interesting question. You know what I remember most about Grateful? Bwah, bwah, bwah. Yeah, negative 14.29 in the old system. I think that would be much worse in the new system. Ooh. Yeah, that's... Yeah. Yep. Anyways. So track me on this, alright? And I know I'm already extraordinarily irritable right now, and I apologize. In my defense, I'm playing this game. Which, like I said, isn't bad, but it's also not good, and it's really frustrating. So speaking of, I want to go to the mire, right? No problem. I'll just go ahead and hit world map and go down to the mire, right? Now, please elucidate on how I'm supposed to fast travel to the mire here. I'm going to wait a moment in case I'm wrong, because I am often wrong. That's why they call me. They call me often wrong. You've got to be kidding me. So I have to actually... Okay. That's really... Okay, I'm just going to let that go immediately. There's a reason I call myself often wrong. It's because I have never been right in my entire life. Where the hell... There he is. Why are you way over here? I am vibrating with irritation at this game right now. Like, I have to cover it in humor, because otherwise I'm just going to rant and rage at every tiny little thing. Sure, whatever, let's go. I should have some water. That's a good idea. Let's have some water. Favorite quest in Cataclysm. Gene Roddenberry, Mr. Red. Favorite quest in Cata. Individual quest.
Nothing to report, sir.
There's a lot of great quest chains and a lot of great sequence of events and just generally awesome stuff in Cata, but you are forcing me to pick a single quest. There's two that come to mind immediately. One is like a big dramatic story event, and the other is not. Which one would you like to hear? Or I guess, which one would you like to hear first? That's actually Pandaria, but good pick, Rant 36. Okay, so I don't remember which one was the latter, so I'm going to tell you the joking one first. I'm going to punch that dragon in the face! Crazy Norse. So, no, for real, though. The joking quest is Gnome Obliteration, or Gnomegeddon, or whatever the hell it's actually called. But you know the one. It's in Oldham. And it's awesome. It is a hilarious quest, which is also very fun to play. Good story, good gameplay. And we're in Cata at this point. So we can start to have quests that have good gameplay and good story. For those of you who've never played the game, I want you to picture this. There's a robot that's telling you that you have to go kill all the gnomes. You have to. There's no other choice. They're beyond salvation. Don't feel guilty. It's not your fault. Statistics show that if I tell you that, you'll be less inclined to feel guilty about the mass murder you're about to commit. And then you go commit mass murder. And then you... That's the idea, Pancakes, yes. And then you get into a giant flaming ball of death. And you just run over them. And there are hundreds of gnomes. You have to kill 1,000. There are hundreds of gnomes everywhere. And they added sound effects for them, and special little triggers would happen to make custom animations. So as you're colliding with them, some of them will get stuck and the giant flaming ball that you are. Some of them will go flying hundreds of feet through the air, the whole time going, ah! 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 It is exactly as hysterical as it sounds. You remember that one guy on the not Ferris wheel. Thing that grinds up mill, where we sent him flying. Imagine that, but there's tons of them. Windmill, thank you. Jesus Christ. Unfortunately, I think you are correct, Evo. Yeah, the quest giver quest in Hillsbrand is pretty good. There are a lot of good quests in Bashir. There's a lot of good quests in Cata in general. What am I saying? Yes and no, respectively, Janthal. I've never touched the Star Ocean series since Star Ocean 3 came out, because I hated it. I hated Star Ocean 3 so much that I have never been able to go back to that franchise ever since. That's not a joke. That permanently scarred that franchise for me. Now, my other choice... Oh, they're dead, Crazy Norse. By the hundreds. It's okay, they've all been mind-controlled, so it's alright. Don't feel bad. There's nothing you could do to save them. Do not give in to your guilt. They are beyond salvation. Please execute the gnomes immediately. Yeah, sorry, a little bit. That's probably a little bit of my irritation from this game bleeding over there, but let me be very clear, and without joking. Star Ocean 3 pissed me off so much, I really haven't been back. Like, that was, what, PS3 era? Congrats, Papa Nix. No mercy, exactly. Oh, no, we saved him, Crazy Norse, we saved him. We kept him alive all 3 acts. Third couldn't even do that. Alright, it was PS2, Jesus. That was a long time ago. Alright, I own the PSP versions of 1 and 2, by the way. So I had a serious quest answer, and then I got a little distracted. I'm trying to remember what it was now.
Let's look around.
Oh god, now I can't remember what it was. I had the perfect answer, too. There's a lot of good individual quests. The quest that carries you through the last 3 dungeons leading up to the final raid. Having to hold the line, or establish the line, excuse me, against the Molten Front. Like, just pick a random quest in Vashir. A lot of good quests in Vashir. It's a shame it's so damn buggy. I don't know Warcraft code. Yeah, sure, Evo. So there's the quest which established Raytheon. That was a gut punch of a quest. That's in the Badlands. There's a lot of good cataquests. It's a lot harder to pick a favorite cataquest. I'm kind of mentally dividing into like old cata and new cata, and even that might not be enough of a division. Yeah, Cata's when WoW finally became good. I get a lot of hackles for that opinion, but I've stood by that for many years because I've gone and re-examined that opinion a few times, and each time I have reinforced it. Morals, Ross. No details necessary, nor do I think I have to. So, Cataclysm... God, I don't think I could come up with a list that's shorter than about 15 items strong that Cataclysm did right. So let me just list the things that were the biggest things for me, okay? First of all, actual quest flow. You're fine, Evo. You're fine. I'm not frustrated with you. Or am I? I'm not. Vanilla, BC, and Wrath had no real quest design to them, for lack of a better way to phrase that. Quests were just wherever, right? And there was a lot of backtracking. A very common quest design in a zone, even in Wrath, would be get 3 quests, quest, come back, turn in, quest, come back, turn in, quest, come back, turn in. From Kata onwards, they completely changed how they did quest flow. So you'd get a quest to go to a spot, and then you get a few quests which are all kind of in the same-ish area, or make a path. That path then either leads to a new spot where you turn in the quests, or it would loop back to where you'd started to turn in the quests. Then there would usually be a vector quest to go to the next spot. And if I painted it on the screen, you'd see what I'm talking about. There's a flow to it, and that makes questing all of a sudden a lot less backtracking and a lot less dead air, right? There's a lot less just running from point A to point B. All of a sudden, you're actually quest, and there's pacing to it, too. There's really good pacing to how the quests are designed. Then there's the quests themselves. Cataclysm was the first expansion where they started to realize things like maybe quest drops should happen more frequently than 1 out of every 10 enemies. Maybe we should make it so that quest drops share amongst party members. Maybe we should do a thing where you can interact with something and it just triggers, and then we get quest credit for that. Maybe we should make it so instead of having to kill 15 of this exact enemy, you could kill 15 of any of that type of enemy. Right? All of it was a bunch of stuff that's relatively little in the grand structure of things. But all of those things helped to make quests fun. It made it so that they weren't just something you were doing for the story or something you were doing to level, but they actually became meat content. Okay, so it looks like right by where I am, if I'm reading this right, like right up here. And there's other things, too, that Cataclysm did correctly, but I would say the quest design and the quest flow are the 2 biggest things, my opinion. On the narrative axis, one of the things that they did was they started really pushing for the idea of regional quests, is what it's usually referred to as. So, you know, you're going through the Badlands, right? And there's a few side quests, and there's a few secondary quests, and there's just all sorts of little stuff going on the side. But really, there is a primary quest chain, a main quest, if you will, going through Badlands, right? It wasn't labeled as such because they didn't use the tech for that back then, but there was actually a story arc going through the Badlands, and then there's a story arc going through the Searing Gorge, and there's a story arc going through Loch Modan, and you get it, right? So, on the narrative axis, Kata quests actually had meat on them. So you could be progressing through the story, and not just, as CDJ says, gathering 10 bear asses. Or if you're playing Alliance, getting 15 kobold candles. Yeah, windmill. I think there's a gnome up there, too. Apparently just right around here. Whatever we're looking for. I'll be completely honest, I've kind of forgotten what I'm looking for at this point, but we're just gonna look for stuff to loot around here. Because that's where we're at. We're just here to loot stuff, and that's kind of it. So you can see, sorry, to boil this back to Mr. Ed, you can see why I have such a hard time picking a favorite quest from Kata, because Kata has so many good ones. So I'm just going to kind of default on this one and move on to Pandaria. Which is funny, because Pandaria quests are even better. I've been through Pandaria recently, too. Oh no, you're absolutely right, Mr. Red. I'm pretty sure there are plenty of MMO players who don't consider quests to be meat content now. Like, so, there's a friend of mine, I'm not going to name him, because I don't want to shame anybody publicly, but I have a friend who plays Final Fantasy XIV. I actually have like 20 friends who play FF14. And one of those friends would not understand the idea of quests being meat content. It was something they considered to be completely alien. And not like as a, oh, quests suck, just more as a disbelief in the concept thing. And I bring this up because I feel like a lot of players fall into that exact same mentality. Not even intentionally. Well, there's a Wisp Essence.
Back, I'm taking a long, hot bath.
Hey, Dorian, do you want to help him with that bath? Do you want to do that? We save scummed a couple of times. We didn't abuse it particularly badly, because saving and loading took forever in that game. It actually frustrated me. I kind of quit. Thank you for the help, Evo. No, I did not, Giga Pudding. Just looking for wisps, don't mind me. Favorite Pandaria quest? Yeah, I was just being thorough. Looks like we have to go around. We can't just go across this lake thing, because there's something like right there. We have to go all the way around, don't we? Of course we do. God damn it. I think it's actually faster to just do this, so we're just gonna do that. It is something I have jotted down as a negative, Czar, yeah. So let's have to go around this way. Favorite Pandaria quest? See, Pandaria is getting a little bit trickier. Because Pandaria... Yeah, I haven't seen them in Falkenstein. Pandaria is when the game really starts to lean into quest arcs. So, all the good stuff in Pandaria is part of an arc. Like, all of it. Yeah, Warlords and Legion, and, you know, they have the same problem. So, it's like, I am alive, okay? We'll see, but we're just in a holding pattern for the next few months and or years. I think Robert Beltran is the Brent Spiner of the Voyager cast. I have no problem admitting that openly and honestly, but if you want me to clarify that, that should probably wait for Polemic Day. Like, there's always one, right? I'll never tell you, Mrs. Pudding. I'll never join your evil ways. No, not Chakotay K. Robert Beltran. It's a difference. It's something we are legitimately considering, Von Falkenstein. If you understand anything about how expensive and frustrating that is to do, you might understand why that's a big deal. Yes, I will ban everybody who makes a panda joke. Just in general. See you around, Colgrim. How do I... Yeah, Ira Steven Bear, Blitcherful. It looks like there might be a path over here. Love this song, I'm telling you. That's true, Blade Traval. That is true. I'm torn between the penultimate quest in the Jade Forest or the penultimate quest at the end of the first 3 zones. One of those two, I think, would be my pick for Pandaria. And they're both cheats because they're both part of chains. They just happen to be the best part of those chains. So moving on to Warlords. Oh, that's getting rough now. Fine, Warcraft Code, it's fine. See you around, Gentle. Have a good one. Oh, God. That would be much more difficult, but let me think about it, Blade of All. Let me come back to that. I only got a few more expansions to do in WoW. The problem is it's getting harder. Because, like I say, WoW... Hey, Third Wisp Essence. The WoW expansions, they lean really, really hard on that quest art thing. That... Okay, so that's all of those. Now I need to find my quest log. Oh my god, that's so many quests. It's okay, I just need this one. Set as active. I need 10 lazurite. And I don't know what else. How the... Does it... Does someone Google where we find lazurite, please? Hang on, maybe it says. Maybe it says. It actually does not say. It describes where to get the essence. Like that whole paragraph up there is describing how to make the essence, but not the lazurite. The fact that we have 0 is what concerns me, because I've looted at least a little bit everywhere I've been. So you'd think I'd have at least 1 if I'd already found a spot where lazurite is, right? Lazaroff needs you. Oh my god, Mr. Ed. Okay, so hold up. I think the final charge on the temple for the Alliance, it's an Alliance-only quest. In the southeast zone in Warlords. I think that would be my pick.
Law has asserted itself.
We'll see. Not much better than the road.
Shadowmoon Valley, thank you. I'm speaking in vagaries at this point, because spoilers. Now, Legion. I know exactly what the best quest is in Legion. I don't even have to think about it. The Return to the Broken Shore. The one we do right before the final push. That quest is awesome. It's awesome. Story-wise, it's awesome. Gameplay-wise, God, it's fantastic. Top to bottom. I can do not but gush about that quest. Now, it's a little bit of cheating. It's actually a scenario. But it's still amazing.
And what else did Lady Forsythia say? That she'd rather drown herself than help the Inquisition. Anything else? She said she'd have us flogged alive if we allied with her brother. That does sound like her. Cheer up, Josie. We at least have her attention. You always do find the brighter side of things. We are in the midst of cementing an alliance with Lady Forsythia of Navarra, your worship. It's become a somewhat delicate task.
Can I do anything to help negotiations?
Thank you, but I believe I have matters in hand. I dissuaded her from sending soldiers when she learned we'd struck an accord with a brother she's feuding with. Lady Forsythia simply employs a colorful manner of speech.
Dealing with so many demanding, strong-willed people can't be easy.
It's no less intense than my days at court, Inquisitor, I assure you. But I confess I do miss my staff from the embassy in Antiva. It was always useful to discuss the day's visitors with them.
I have time, if you'd like to review things with me.
I wouldn't wish to impose.
If it were imposing, I wouldn't have offered.
Well, I admit there are a few potential alliances it would be good to discuss. Right on the parlor floor, in front of everyone at the soiree. Who does such a thing in front of their guests?
The Duke of Kellington, apparently.
And then there's Cole's lurking. It frightens our guests half to death. Lord Gennard still won't respond to our letters. And Sarah, can she not find a single overshirt with that mustard taint on it? Then there's Dorian. The man refuses to take anything seriously unless it suits its whim. Not to mention... Oh goodness. Have we been here an hour already?
It went by so quickly, I didn't even notice.
You're far too polite. I didn't intend to go on for so long. You must think me quite the gossip.
You've been working continually since I met you, Josephine.
And that can't stop. I must be going. But I leave feeling less troubled than I have in weeks.
Obviously, Algrad. Listen, Josephine, it's the accent, you know. Oh, hey, we got our new bed. Think of my bed.
Bed.
It's a very dwarven bed, as it should be. Ah, yeah. There we go.
Walk on the bed.
But look, I can't lay down on the bed, so I have to do something with it.
Why is it there if you can't sleep on it?
You know, that's a good question. I guess just for decor, you know? To make it look pretty. Oh. Yep, I need a pile of sapphires and rubies to lay on it. Then I'll really be comfy. I'll take a drink.
So comfy.
Would you rather have Mexican or smoothies? Okay. That's 2 votes for smoothies.
How many votes for Mexican?
0 so far. Right. I was doing this thing that I'm doing. Alright, now let's inspect. Hang on, let's see how many crumbs we got here. Good job.
Drink? Please?
Okay, fine. I have an alternative idea. Because I actually need these drinks. But I have other drink. Behold the power
drink.
of drink. Please don't knock over my tree. Stop hanging on. No, don't attack my bed. Why are you attacking my bed? What is it? That's super not gonna stick. Okay. What was I doing? I've lost everything. Wait. We can jump up and down this game. We can do it! Oh my god. Kiddo. When you get a minute.
Now. Now it is.
So, you like jumping in games, right?
Jumping up and down.
But I'm not sure this is the right space to be doing this.
No.
You can actually, if you look,
See
you
the
can
dust.
see. Yeah, we're leaving dust on the ceiling. Because we're hitting the ceiling so
That
hard.
looks very uncomfortable. Although you must have like a very hard head.
Yep, we're Marioing it up. This is what we do to get ready for the Inquisition. It's like, yeah! Yes, I'm ready! I'm ready, oh god. Okay. First we flargle the vlug.
Not so much fun.
It does! Stop attacking my bed! It explains so much. Okay, so we probably have more dialogue with Josephine.
Inquisitor, is it true? Is the mark on your hand magic cast by Corypheus?
Corypheus claimed it's a spell gone wrong.
I wanted to think it was a blessing. A sign the Maker was returning to his creation. How credulous of me.
Perhaps the Maker set these events in motion so long ago, we can no longer see his hand in them.
It would be fitting if that were true. Does it hurt? The anchor, that is.
Only when I laugh.
Very good, Inquisitor. A situation requires your attention, Inquisitor. Noble Chantry loyalists in the city of Jadar are spreading accusations that you're responsible for the Divine's death. They're unusually organized. I recommend we send people to Jadar to deal with the matter.
Will anyone even believe me if I claim I didn't kill the Divine?
Perhaps if they learn about your heroics, we should emphasize how you stopped the breach devouring the sky. Even in Jadar, it may win you a few admirers.
Oh my god, you're right. We have done nothing today. That's vaguely depressing. All we've done is talk to people, explored the mire, talked to people, and explored the mire.
What does the nobility gain by saying I murdered Justinia?
A scapegoat to begin with. But I wonder if the Grand Clerics are at work. Those immediately eligible to be divine died at the Conclave. The ones remaining were not as favored. They may look upon you as a rival for influence.
On the plus side, I have beaten Mega Man 2 and 1 today.
Let's send some ambassadors to convince Jader I'm not a monster in disguise.
Excellent. I believe there is much to be gained by winning them over.
No, it's true, Pompanix. It's just... It's a thought, right? Like, I'm not actually complaining. You're right. The best parts of the game so far have been these dialogues. It's just... That really is all we've done for about 15 hours of gameplay at this point. Is talk to people. Then we had a brief excursion to do the end of Act 1. And then we poked at the mire twice. And then we've talked to people.
It's good to see you.
Okay, we're good. We're good. We're caught up.
Later.
We're caught up.
Another time.
Okay,
We cannot neglect our soldiers' training.
Can we neglect roads? Our allies cannot take the same route through the mountains we did.
Okay. For our conversation, I would like permission to send some of the chargers to Haven. Our goal is to find any lost gear and sketch for enemy stragglers and blah blah blah. We will of course send Cullen.
Inquisitor.
While most of Haven's been destroyed, the chargers recovered some lost gear still intact. They also recovered a large number of enemy corpses. In hopes these might help your experts understand more about the enemy we face. Booyaka. Okay, so hang on. Yeah, I guess we could go to the Emporium really quick. What are you doing now? They've got pumpkin ones now, kiddo. I might try one of those. Do it. Give in. Give in to your anger towards pumpkins. Give in to your pumpkin donuts. Oh. Continue giving in to the pumpkin donuts. What about this?
Where's the urchin? I require the services of the urchin!
Last time I was here, I didn't have money for anything. Although that's not what I want. I don't want weapons. I want schematics. Which are also extraordinarily expensive.
Weapons.
So that's also something I can't afford. Interesting. We technically have infinite money, but that would be cheating, and we're not actually cheating. We're just bypassing bad gameplay.
Money?
Nope, we don't have infinite money. I mean, we do have infinite money, but...
See?
Listen. There's obsidian. That's pretty cheap. You can afford that. Hang on. Is there any way to sort this? Nope. Cool.
Wonderful.
I saw the lazurite. That's or the oh god, the lazu. Ah, that stuff.
There's your.
Okay. I also saw the obsidian, which I wanted 26 of. I want to say
26,000.
There we go. And we'll... It says I have 10 Wandering Doll. You lied to me.
I hear the Red Templars are trying to find this place. Not if I can help it.
It's okay. We'll forgive Wandering Doll this time. Maybe. I just... Why do I have to... Oh. Alright, let's get you a strawberry, banana, pecan, date, mango, spinach, pineapple. Sound good?
That's a smoothie flavor?
Probably not.
I am the impossible.
It's okay, Wandering Doll. I'll never forgive you.
I'll never forgive you. Ever.
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 Ever. What am I doing? Wait, she moved on me. Hey, Varric's on the frickin' map now. Sorry.
Your worship.
No.
Why are you a cow?
No.
Explain yourself. Why are you a cow? Give in to your cowness. This is not the door I wanted. Why did you send me down this door, cow? Oh, that makes a lot of sense. So you think... Well, hang on, but what do we do about the cost interest percentiles?
No.
Oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense. This cow is talking a lot of sense. You should listen to this cow.
No.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. Wait, really?
You've made such intriguing design choices for the castle, my dear. They must be inspired.
Thank you, Vivienne. I'm glad you approve.
When things have settled down a bit, I will take you to Val Royo and introduce you to my seamstress. And appearances are important. We can't have you mistaken for a commoner.
I suppose it's important to show that we're an authority to be respected.
Not just respected, my dear. Awed, feared, aspired to. You command an army of the faithful, outfitted by the coin of the nobility. You must be a man who the common folk aspire to be and to whom the nobility bow.
Oh yeah, that's why they call me the Emperor.
That's quite a lot
Emperor
for one
Mo.
person to pull off, don't you think?
It is a challenge all great leaders must face, Inquisitor. As the stories of the Inquisition spread, more and more people will wonder if you are the man they say you are. They will question what they've heard, but they will believe what they see. They must see someone greater than legends.
If that's your standard for me, what does the Divine have to live up to?
Andraste and the Maker cast very large shadows. The Divine absolutely must set the example for all Thedas. She must seem to be the embodiment of the Maker to the faithful. She needs the authority of the Maker and the charisma of Andraste. It will be no small task to fill that vacant throne. Inquisitor, what can I do for you, darling?
Is there anything I can do to help your efforts at restoring the Circle?
After the Circles fell, their libraries were plundered by scavengers. 1,000 years of recorded knowledge in the hands of bandits. It makes me sick to think of it. I've received news that some tomes have been located, if you are interested in righting this wrong.
I'll look into it for you.
If you can take care of this matter, the Circle would be in your debt. I always have time for you, my dear.
Honestly, yeah, Ventures. At least most of the basic problems. Oh, god damn it. Apparently... So, take two.
Inquisitor.
The spiderwebs help stop the bleeding, and they prevent wounds from getting infected. Gather as many as you can. The strangest thing, though, I can't recall where I heard that. I think I remember a young man.
I could do that, yeah. Lord Harriman, if you want. It would involve changing how I'm playing the game, but I'm okay with that. Let me make sure there's no sound. Okay, so there's sound. Oh, we need to fix that. There must be no sound. There, sound disabled. There we go. Okay, so I need Spirit Blade hilt. Let's do it.
I think you disabled sound, so I can't hear you anymore.
What? I can't hear you, kiddo.
I can't hear you.
Are you saying... Is she saying anything? I can't tell.
Saying something?
It's very strange.
Can you hear me?
What?
Are you saying something?
Okay, enough. Have I reviewed this game before? Very technically, yes. This was the very first game we ever reviewed in such a prototype version of the review system that it doesn't bear any resemblance to reality. We gave it +1 to gameplay, +11 to story, and I didn't write down how many pluses to music and graphics because we were tracking those things separately. It was different. Am I more or less irritated by this game?
2% more irritated.
an interesting question. So rather than answer that, I'm just going to ignore the question completely. There we go.
Good job.
I've done it. I've pulled the politician thing.
Broke the system.
Damn right. The problem... So, I think the game is turning out to be better than it was last time. But also worse. Like substantially worse. And I can explain why very simply. It's because I'm reviewing it with full analysis mode on. There's a reason why I tend to consider... There's actually several reasons. But one of the biggest reasons why I tend to consider reviews... previous to the Oblivion line to be invalid is because we just were looking at the games differently. You know? Back then, it was like... You know that whole end of Act 1 sequence? That got 1+ to story for that whole sequence. Here, we gave that +1 to gameplay, but also 1, 2, 3, 4 pluses to story. And you see how that's just different, right? It's both axes, and it's more nuanced. That's the whole point of the system. And of course, now we have a golden number. Back then, we hadn't even conceived of the golden number yet. And I definitely say we, because Savacom was one of the best people to help me make the golden number. So special praise and benefits to her for her contribution. Now I'm going to leave because Evo's leaving forever. No, you're right, Wandering Doll. We didn't used to do multiple positives or negatives, and then we just kept reviewing games and kept reviewing games, and the system just lacked the nuance, right? And it's easy to explain. All you have to do is think about this. If you have to give a game a score between 1 and a 5, there's not really a lot of room for nuance there, right? There's 5, technically 4, gradients, and that's it. By contrast, imagine if you had to give a game between a 0 and 100, right? Even if you give both games a 40 in the end, or something similar, you can see how one system just inclines itself more towards actually being able to zoom in the camera and get a more gradient, nuanced, specific, correct, accurate opinion on the game. Now, if you'll give me one moment, I need to walk over to my niece here and destroy her.
Yeah.
So, I'm afraid it's destruction time. You ready to be destroyed?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I need you to figure out what you want. So, there's some visuals, and there's some names, and there's a lot of options. Take your time. I will be right back, okay? Spot, where'd you get?
That's fine.
Okay, what? Hang on, how big? You sure?
I don't like you.
That's right. You want medium or large? You speak up slightly louder. Here you go. Okay. You had large selected. Rather be certain about that. I don't mind getting you a large. Right? Like, I don't mind spending money on my niece.
Oh, get the boy. There's a stick.
Why is there a piece of wood and a stick?
Stick, right? Piece of wood.
Gosh darn it. Okay, I need a conversation here. Start a conversation so I can order the rest of the dinner.
You have completed the order, learned something of my way. A small step. Now you must choose to commit to the role, to the burden of command. Are you willing?
I'm ready to listen and learn, Commander.
Then you are a recruit no more. All will see your rightful place. Come, the battlefield awaits. Knight Enchanter.
Okay, so now we're a Knight Enchanter. Woo! I was saying, now to buy a respec potion. Where do we buy them normally, or are they just at the Black Emporium? Not that it matters for the purposes of this review, I'm just curious.
I'll keep an eye out.
Thank you.
Blacksmith. Where the hell's the blacksmith? Oh, Dagna. Okay, Dagna. Okay. On to Dagna. Whoop. Over the edge. Oh. Yep, I apparently did not want to stay on that staircase. Who knew? As I say, we're gonna need a melee weapon. Some kind. Some kind. Aw, I only have +1 cat. Only one cat is watching me.
Better.
What
can't we do in a place like this?
Yeah.
Plus 10,000 cats.
Okay. How do I... Now, that is what I call Band-Aid code. Holy crap. That's honestly kind of silly that that's the way they did it, but whatever. I get it. I have no idea what they're doing. I mean, yeah.
At all times.
Also true.
Wait, it's true that at all times we have no idea what we're doing.
I mean, do you know what you're doing?
Yes.
Man, I don't know what I'm doing. I got no idea what I'm doing. Disruption field, which actually looks like a snail.
Explosions. Death.
Why is there so much death? Why do you keep giving me death?
Explosions.
Why do you keep giving me explosions?
Death.
Oh my god. What did you drop? Would you stop?
Fell. Pit.
Why do you keep throwing stuff into the pit? Into the chasm?
Tissue box fell into the chasm. Death. Into the void.
Into the void.
It's totally called a void.
There. Okay. Now I can stop looking at my phone. Okay. So, what do we got? Let's actually look at this. Create a blade of solid magic to do melee damage. Dealing damage with other abilities charges the blade. Attacking spends its charge to do more damage. Cool. Also mandatory. Fade Cloak. Briefly invuln. And invis. Or not invis. In phase? Oh. Resurgence. Call upon benign spirits to restore allies. All party members are healed to full health, including those who have fallen unconscious, and a glyph around you provides ongoing healing to the party for the spell's duration.
But
Jesus!
What if the enemy walks into that?
Then they die instantly. I don't know.
Healing enemies.
If you rematerialize inside an enemy, they are exploded.
What?
I'm not joking. If you rematerialize in an enemy, they take explosive damage. Okay, so it's a deflect or a charge. Excuse me. Mana regenerates faster when near hostiles. We want that, of course. We obviously need that. I think we're going to take that, too. When you have a barrier, enemies who attack you will take damage. You draw upon the energy released by your enemies in your attacks. Any successful attack strengthens your barrier. Barriers take longer to decay. Jesus. And disruption field. Yeah, it looks like a limit break kind of a deal. Not literally, but in terms of usage. Are you making music over there?
Definitely.
Okay, cool. You need to, like, lay some sick beats down. Enemies larger than the field are immune. That's funny. They needed to buff this. You kidding me? So for Spectral Blade, we can either make it so we deflect incoming enemy projectiles, or it generates charges more quickly, but then you expend all charges whenever attacking. Which I'm not sure either of those are really worth doing. We'll go with Amplified. I'll trust you on that. Commit to that. That was loud. And then we'll go with Blood Magic.
Blood.
I fling blood at the enemy. Fling. 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 Yeah, I agree. That's pretty gross.
If you're flinging your own blood at the enemy, I think that's what the enemies would want.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, excuse me. Fine, I'll get the dodge. Apparently we do have to pick up barrier. So I knew that. So we now have no DPS abilities whatsoever. Perfect. Exactly what I was going for. Okay, so I need... What? What the... Okay, that was very strange.
Magic.
Game? Okay, so that should go over here. Fade Cloak and Barrier. I suppose I want that there and that there. Fuel, and now we need to go level. Oh yeah, we need to make a weapon, so let's craft a weapon. A wave blade. Oh, so we do need the blade of whatever. Which means we need 12 cloth of any kind.
What?
We need
what?
Cloth. We need 4 lustrous cloth, it looks like. Or
what?
6 rainbow. Okay, so that gives us...
Rainbow cloth?
18% attack, or... heal on kill. Should we do heal on kill?
Heal you while killing you?
Yes! That would be very painful, yes, I agree. Please don't do that to me. So we need 4 lustrous cloth. What else do we want here? I suppose we don't need a heal on kill, but what else is there? There's nothing else. There's no other benefit to any ability other than, like, barrier damage bonus or heal on kill or... Actually, I have no idea what it is. Hang on, I have a random thought. Let's see if this game is truly the best game ever made in the history of the ever. That you're right, it isn't, but let's go test something. Corn. Corn. Don't you like corn? Do you not like corn?
You may pet the tiny bear, but be gentle. A Magister miniaturized him specially at great cost.
Where did that come from?
You don't like corn? My own niece doesn't like corn, everybody.
I like corn.
She apparently doesn't like corn.
I like randomly go.
Well, one of my viewers came back with a burrito that has lots of corn in it.
He answers to Chauncey.
Chauncey, the chocolate icing. Alright, whatever. So, looks like we do not have more stuff right now. We do have what I was wondering about. So, okay, so we need... Oh, there we go. Is that tier 2? That is tier 2. 14, I suppose? I'm trying to remember. I don't know if we have enough money for 14. We can try it. Actually, hang on. Let's sell. We've got stuff to sell, right? Surely. That's a lot of crafting. Is that like our entire inventory is just crafting crap? Because I think it is. Yeah, I think it is. Okay, so back to buying. We have a couple other things, I guess. Hold on. Do we even have... Right. Okay, hold on. Just get rid of all this crap. Just get rid of all of it. Get rid of just all of it. All of it. There we go. Get rid of all the crap. Just nuke it. Just nuke it into oblivion. Okay. Yes. Exactly. Okay, now that we've done that. So I wanted...
You need to be nuked into oblivion.
Do we even have a rogue that uses daggers? Because we have 2 rogues that I know of, and both of them use ranged. Apparently Cole uses daggers. Who knew? Shoot. They no longer have the watermelon thing, sis, period. What else would you like instead? Question mark. I am asking her now, period. Do they have a strawberry lemonade instead, comma? God, I hate that crap. Update your apps, people. I was say Varric has to use Bianca, doesn't he? I mean, I could be wrong.
Inquisitor.
He can use Bianca or daggers. That's honestly weird.
Pitter patter, up and at it.
A nice simple blade. Can't go wrong.
Okay, so I need 14 more pyrophyte. Actually, it's kind of a separate negative for the inventory, which I have already given, Czar. Let's see. Do I want flanking, crit, or sunder? Those are apparently my options. Rar is not an option.
I'm making it an option right now.
Oh, okay. We need 14 pyrophyte.
Now we have the ability to door.
Yay!
Does 0 damage.
No, there's also stagger and just attack.
There's also the attack. Jump up and down. Because it's an earthquake.
Several, Mr. Ed, but not all. So not flanking. I don't know what Sunder is, so we'll do Sunder. Need Deep Stalker Hide. Okay, so we need Deep Stalker Hide, we need nothing there, we need that, and we need... ring velvet. We need 6 ring velvet. I mean, that was my thought too, but what the hell do I know? Okay, so now we go all the way back to the Black Emporium, again, to get the materials that we just made a wish list for. If only there were some way in the interface. I guess I could just go from here. And this is for making one weapon, too. A tier 2 weapon. It's not even that good of a weapon. You want to hear something really pathetic? I have no idea what I'm doing in the game right now. Like, I know that there's a couple other zones I think I need to unlock, or maybe I already have.
Do not antagonize Chauncey the tiny bear. He may be small, but he nips.
I think maybe at some point I have a quest somewhere. I don't know. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Deep Stalker Hide. Deep Stalker Hide? There it is. 11. Ring velvet. That's gonna cost me more money than I have, so we gotta sell more crap. Let's see. What's all this stuff?
Selling crap.
There, crap sold. All the crap. Okay, so now I need 6 ring velvet. 1, 2, 3, 4. Whoop, whoop.
No more crap.
Oh shoot, I think I bought the wrong thing. This is the interface. And I don't even... I mean, optional doesn't mean anything for a review. So, to reiterate my statement with total sincerity, we need to go unlock more optional crap. And then do it. And then kill ourselves. Suicide. There you go, YouTube. Just getting that out there. Do I not have... Do I... Hold on. Why do I have to select a party when I'm going back to the town? Between 2 towns, actually. Aha! Either way, it doesn't matter, because now I get to find out that I'm still wrong. Figure that out. Yep, I'm still wrong. Yay. I mean, kinda, yeah, Lord Haremont. That's... Because even WoW Vanilla, I speak a lot of ill about WoW Vanilla. Very unabashedly. But WoW Vanilla isn't that bad. And I know that sounds like damning with faint praise, but it's true. There's so much worse than WoW Vanilla. And that sounds a lot like Inquisition, doesn't it? It can go much, much, much further down from here. Guess how much more of this crap do I need? 3. Hey, kiddo, what's 3 times 8? Very good. So we need 250 money still. From anything. Just, I need 250. Oh, there we go. I sold some things. I don't know what they were. I don't care. I don't even care. Okay, they're gone. They're gone. They're dead. That's all that matters. I slaughtered them like animals. I don't think WoW Vanilla would be a Lamentation, no. I'd rather eat rusty nails and play it again, but I don't think it would be a Lamentation. That being said, it would probably review really badly.
Where's my back scratcher?
Okay, so let's try to buy the correct item this time. 1, 2, 3. Now we go back. Rescuing Miss Proudmore in BFA, Mr. Red. That's my favorite BFA quest. At least 2 hours, Lord Haremont. We've been doing this for a while.
We can't fight a god.
This is also kind of me just doing my due diligence and trying out crafting. And hopefully speeding up combat. Because we got a new spec and we're going to get a new weapon. So hopefully that'll, you know, help everything else out, you know. Okay, so we're going to put in the claws. Here we're going to put in the Pyrophyte. Down here we're going to put the Ring Velvet. Over here we're going to put Iron. And over here we're doing the Deepstalker Hide. Let's do it. Okay. Let's rename this to WoW Vanilla. There we go.
Almost gotcha.
What? It's appropriate, right? I'm hopeful as well, Lord Haremont. That's part of the reason I was willing to put up with the last however many bajillion hours of nonsense and getting all the stuff we need to do to make this happen. Now, and we still haven't cheated. I considered hitting the map up a few times for gold to finish that out, but we didn't have to. We could just sell sigils, so we're okay. I'm not sure I can name a best quest in Shadowlands. That occurred to me earlier. Okay, so Exalted Plains. Bring me the Exalted Plains.
The order was sent?
This morning.
No. But now we've unlocked going to the Exalted Plains. Woo! Let's see what kind of resources we got here. Rash Vine, Viridium, or whatever.
Let us begin.
Cool. Okay. So now... I feel like there was another zone. Is that it? No, that's the Deep Roads. That's Find the Wardens. I thought there was another zone we have access to right now. I suppose not. So I'm guessing that's required for whatever that main quest is, which requires power, which we don't have, of course. And I'm guessing this one requires these.
Any word?
Nothing yet.
Oh, Jesus, Mr. Ed. I know the one you're talking about. That was the idea, Wandering Doll. So we've now unlocked the Western Approach. With another zone unlocked. And we can get deep mushrooms or metals.
All right.
Like Paragon's Luster out there. Okay. Hi, Nordame. Because that costs 20. That costs... We need so much more power. At the very least, we need another 24 power to do whatever that is. So at this point, we are stuck going to one of the zones. Like, the end. That's our options. I don't know if... I feel like we finished the Storm Coast as far as we could. We haven't even touched the Exalted Area. We haven't even touched the Western Approach. And we were still on approach to the castle in the Blight area. So in the interest of immediate comparison in power capacity, let's go to the Mire from Hell, which it's going to not let me do from the screen. And let's see what the Mire of Hell does for us. Come on. There we go. We'll, of course, be bringing Dorian and his one true love, the Iron Bull. And I guess Solus, sure, whatever. Let's go. Yeah, we're doing fire damage, and we've completely changed our spec. We'll see how we do.
Nothing to report, sir.
We'll see how far we manage, Lord Harriman. We're on day 3 of streaming, and we are nowhere. At least today was a productive day. We got a lot of dialogues done, and we did a rather thorough look, I would say, at crafting. I feel comfortable walking away from crafting for the time being. Just kind of, yep, we're good. I am also quite curious how much of a power variance it will give us, but we'll find out in a second. I also went to the doctor's today. And now we have caught up on dialogue, so we should be good to go on that pretty much henceforth. Aside from actual cutscenes. But we do have at least 5 more open world zones to smash through. And we haven't finished the hinterlands. What is it, like level 11, level 12? To really sweep the hinterlands, I think? Correct me on this. I actually forgot amidst all that crafting. Well, we are hitting about twice as hard just with basic attacks, so that's promising. That hit for 1,197. Which is increased by a factor of a little over 10, if you're not familiar with that. Oh yeah, and there's Blink. Oh, I have to select it. Gonna explode on someone. Oh wait, no, come back! Oh, okay, man. Bury ourselves because we weren't doing that. Damn it, they keep dying. Stop dying, you cowards. I'm not sure what I think of that, because our power level just went up by a huge factor. And pretty much entirely because of crafting. Like, granted, that right there is from the spec. But we're still doing a lot more damage. Whoa. That was also 1,000 if you caught it. And so that's why I'm debating it. Like, is that a good thing? And I think making crafting worthwhile is a good thing. I have already given the triple negatives for the interface, which I firmly stand behind, having just gone through crafting this stupid thing. But I think the fact that crafting is worthwhile is good. What I don't know is why... Yeah, no kidding, Lord Hammer. Why... How do I explain this? Is crafting being so much better than everything else? How bad of a thing is that? I guess is really what what that boils down to. This is yet again the same question I brought up earlier. So many aspects of this game make more sense if you consider that they were trying to sell microtransactions along with it. Like the war table, right? The war table really makes no sense unless you consider microtransactions were intended when they were designing it. Crafting being this good doesn't make that much sense unless you consider that they were going to do microtransactions with it. Something to chew on. I have no knowledge either way. Nothing in my interviews or research has uncovered that they were originally going to microtrans this game. I shouldn't call it that, microtrans. They were originally going to bullcrap the game.
Too many of them! Let's get to the castle!
Yeah, you want to see the Fade explosion? I did it earlier, but here, watch this. That was 2,095 damage.
They keep coming! Let's go to the castle!
I mean, just our white damage is much better. To a silly extent. Goes up even more when we're barriered.
They keep coming! Let's go to the castle!
Nah, we got this. We got this.
They keep coming! Let's go!
Well, I mean, Spectral Blade has a cooldown. Or it doesn't, never mind. Okay, Spectral Blade's a lightsaber. Nobody wants to wield a lightsaber.
They keep coming! Let's go to the castle!
Okay. I do have a very minor complaint with Spirit Blade, and you probably have already seen it if you were paying attention.
Head to the castle.
Watch this. Did you see that? It was minor that time. Hang on, let's see if I can really get it going. Okay, now it's not doing it. It's kind of like animation locking, but not quite. It just wasn't starting the attack.
We should head to the castle.
It was just sitting there like it was acting like I wasn't in range for the attack. So I would move forward an inch and then stop, and then I would move forward an inch and then stop, and then I would move forward an inch and then stop, and then I went ahead and took the swing. In short, yeah, I'm guessing that's a frostbite problem because, you know, shooter. Oh man, if that had cleave.
Search the area.
Have become likened as unto death. That does have an AoE effect. I was curious. So, yeah, I think this is going to speed this up substantially. So, yay. Oh, right, I need to open the gate. It's a previous timeline. An elemental rune, huh? I'll have to figure out how to do that at some point. Suppose I should be looting. Not gonna have stuff to sell. Ah, okay. Have to figure out how to craft the runes. It's my timer line. Looks like I'm supposed to cut off in about 10 minutes here. Maybe a little less. So let's see if we can kill this guy before we have to cut off for the day. Dare challenge me? I wield the air! Why can't I move? Oh, god damn it. Hey, I can move again. Turbine sold out to Warner Brothers, Mr. Red, which is the summary answer to your question.
Herald of Andraste! Face me! I am the hand of Kord himself!
Okay. There, do you see it? That's another example of that weirdness I mentioned earlier. See what I'm doing with this friggin' banner here. No, Sean. If we aren't going to ban Ubisoft for being scumsuckers, we're not going to ban Unity for being scumsuckers either. Also, do you have any idea how many games are Unity Engine games? Past, present, and future. Ooh, a new two-hander. Have to see if Iron Bull, I've said. The Iron Bull, excuse me. Game. Okay. I apparently cannot open my inventory in combat. Very strange. So we did it, I guess. Yay. Be saved.
I dealt with the Avar. Is everyone all right?
Yes, Your Worship. The injured need some rest, but we can return on our own.
I can't believe the Herald came for us.
I told you he didn't leave us.
Alright. And now we've got a judgment. Sweet! Is there a camp nearby? Oh, of course there isn't. There's a quest. But that quest will have to wait. Pumpernickel.